one of the most stunning developments ever in the history of U.S. chess.
A top 10 player in the world, Wesley So, has been forfeited by the chief arbiter for technicality.
Wesley had been taking notes on a piece of paper underneath his score sheet. It was just general encouragement and advice to himself in playing a game, but it is strictly forbidden according to the FIDE laws of chess.
I mean, he was such a real contender still, such a top player, losing in this way. Shocking development. Robson, Nakamura can be absolutely huge.
Half a point separating them, and a big game because it might be the decisive game of the championships. Hold position, guys. It's time to see what the finish looks like.
Hello and welcome to round 10 of the 2015 U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's Chess Championships. We are close to the finale and expect a lot of drama today, but not like yesterday's drama.
Let's hope not. It's good to have you back, Jen.
Thank you.
What a day we have in store. My goodness, I'm not going to steal Maurice's thunder, but there is some action on the chessboards this round.
Oh yes, we've got some great matchups, and let's take a look at our standings in the U.S. Chess Championships as we go into this climactic weekend. Here in the beautiful Central West End, we've got Hikaru Nakamura, U.S. #1, world #2. He is ahead of the field by half a point, 6.5, and chasing him is Grandmaster Ray Robson, who's been performing excellently in this tournament. He had 6 points. Two players who can mathematically win still, Alexander Onishchuk and defending champion Gata Kamsky, but it looks like it's going to be all about this matchup between Nakamura and Robson today. Now, over in the Women's Championship, for the first time in many rounds, we see a tie for first. Karina Nemcova has been leading the competition in the women's most of the tournament, but Grandmaster Irena Krush, no huge surprise, has caught up with a string of victories. So will these two be able to keep pace with each other? Well, they play tomorrow, so.
That's great. That's going to decide the title, and Maurice has got further insights on these two key matchups.
Well, guys, if before the tournament had started, I had said that two college players were leading contenders in the final rounds, that Sam Sevian had a plus score against the top 4 players in the field, and that Wesley So had lost 4 games, including a forfeit loss, you'd have asked me what I was smoking. But that's what it is right now in the championships. Amazing chess going on. And now in the open section, we have a great matchup. Ray Robson, who has been thrilling us with his moves, with his time pressure situations. He is right now in second place playing against the big dog, Hikaru Nakamura, the #1 player in the tournament, one of the best players in the world, who with a win will cement this title for himself. Expect fireworks there. On the women's side, we see it's been about Katerina, but suddenly she feels the heat, and now standing at 7 points, she has to face off against a real contender as well, Nazi Paikidze, who has not lost a game in these championships, looking to make a run in her very first women's championship. And on the other side, of course, we see that it's all about Irena Krush, the story of the championships coming in. She has proven why she is a 6-time champion, looking to win yet another game. She's run off 5 out of 6. Jennifer Yu will have a tall task ahead of her trying to stop the reigning champ. It's been thrills, spills, drama, tension. What more can we expect? Well, there are 2 more rounds to go here at the championships. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice.
That's right, and I was happy to check out the live ratings list and see that Wesley is still in the top 10.
Fortunately so.
Yes. I wasn't sure that would be the case because he lost 7 whole points from yesterday's game He did appeal the loss of rating points, was unsuccessful in that appeal apparently, but still in the top 10, and will be interesting to see how he rebounds today because he's actually got a really tough game.
Oh, well, absolutely. Before the tournament began, after the drawing of lots from the opening ceremony, you look at the pairings and you'd say, okay, come round 10, Gada Kamsky, the defending champion, is going to go up against Wesley So. You would have pinpointed that game and said, hey, that will be crucial to decide who is going to win the event. Not so, and that's not the case.
And it's
but
dramatic.
still, it's a big game
That's
for
right.
both players.
It's dramatic for other reasons, and you know, Gada Kamsky still can mathematically catch up.
Exactly.
So there is some intrigue in that game, and honestly, I think it's going to be a great game.
I do
think
too.
Wesley is going to play amazing chess because that's what champions do when they encounter, you know, such adversity. I think he's going to want to have something to prove today and play fantastically.
Well, without question, Wesley, in the last 14 months or so of his chess career, he loses 1-2 games in the entire period. Losing 4 games at this event is shocking. It's stunning, in fact. I never foresaw that coming, and I do hope, for Wesley's sake, that he comes back, not necessarily winning, but at least plays
rooting.
a very good game. That's all.
Yeah.
That he just plays good chess.
I mean, it's tough to root against Gada Kamsky, but it certainly would make people feel less bad for Wesley.
Yeah, understandably. My take on yesterday, by the way, Jen, you weren't here, it was really rather dramatic, is that, in fact, there was a misunderstanding between Tony Rich, the arbiter, and Wesley So.
Yes.
Wesley So is the type of person who, at home, he makes a post-it to himself, like, eat more fruit, or, you know, exercise, don't stay in front of the computer for 10 hours a day. So he makes these little post-it notes for himself. He'd come and he'd written an inspirational word, like focus or concentrate, on his score sheet, and had been warned by the arbiter, don't write on your score sheet, don't keep notes.
Yeah.
Wesley heard that and understood it in a literal sense. Don't use your score sheet. So he had brought a separate piece of paper that he had written this inspirational word, whatever he needs to focus himself,
Right.
and didn't understand what the warning meant.
Yes.
No notes at all.
Right, exactly, and that's actually what he wrote on his Facebook page, that he didn't understand. He thought that if he wrote it underneath his actual score sheet, that was a different thing.
Exactly.
So obviously,
misunderstanding.
shouldn't have taken the risk, but and you know, and he got harshly punished for it. But I agree with you; it's a misunderstanding because why would he be so thick?
Of course,
If he got
of
a
course.
direct warning, a direct warning that you can't do X, he wouldn't do exactly X.
Right.
So.
By the way,
And here we have Irena Krush, our defending champion, entering.
and right behind her is Lena Naroditsky.
I
the
can
mom.
tell by her red hair.
Yes, the mom of Danya Naroditsky.
Good color choice, right? Well,
Yes.
natural, obviously.
Obviously, Jen. Clear. So great to be here, and this, again, championship weekend, the remaining two rounds. I am looking forward to even more drama.
Another cool game, by the way, because Onishchuk.
Fantastic. Also has a possibility of tying for first mathematically. He's playing against Sam Sevian, and Sam, as Maurice stated in the opening, has done better against the top 4 players than any other player in the field, and he is our youngest competitor. Extraordinary story of Sam Sevian in his U.S. championship.
No, and here we see Wesley So totally composed. Obviously, he looks a little bit shaken, but he's ready to go. Not going to run any motivational notes to himself today.
No motivational notes.
We've got Teryn Schaefer, and she's out on a beautiful day in the Central West End. What's the atmosphere like here?
Yes, Jen, you just said it. It is gorgeous out here in the Central West End neighborhood. People having brunch down the street. We have people out here at the chess club playing chess. Are you guys having a good time out here this morning?
Excellent time. Excellent time playing this guy. It's always a good time.
All right, and he's representing the Cardinals. The St. Louis Cardinals have kicked off their season. Everyone's excited around here. So, you know, like I said, it's a gorgeous day out here. The players are currently walking in right now, and just things are great out here at the chess club.
Thank you, Teryn. It's always great to see people come out, enjoy the weather, and enjoy the chess. We've got the Kingside Diner with Grandmasters Alejandro Ramirez and Ben Feingold doing commentary. Look at that, Ray Robson smiling, shaking hands with fans. It's great to see this young man step into his role as one of the front runners of U.S. chess, and he's showing it in this tournament.
And the man of the moment.
Here he is, Hikaru Nakamura. Always so confident and poised before his games. It seems always to me like he's athletic in his approach. He's very focused, getting into his zone.
Absolutely. He knows that this is the key moment in the championship where he can take claim of the U.S. Championship title with a win today. But it's not going to be an easy task as he shakes hands with Ray Robson and the two players get seated for their round 10 matchup.
That's right. So I think that this is going to be a really fun game. Ray Robson is a half point behind, so he's going to have to play aggressively. Do you think we're going to see a Sicilian?
I definitely think we're going to see E2, E4, and that indeed has been the case. Ray opening with his king pawn. Now, when
he's played the dragon earlier in this tournament.
I wanted to say when Hikaru wants to go into safe, solid mode, he plays classical king pawn defense, and he just did it instantly. By the way, E7, E5.
So
darn it!
No. I'm just saying, you were about to predict it, but then it came on the board. So how do I know that you didn't just look at that and then change your story?
In fact, I did look at it, and it was always going to be my story that Hikaru knows, as sweet as a win would be, because that would definitely cement the title. Look, he's a half a point in the lead. He shouldn't be taking any excessive risks at this moment. If he makes a draw, he'll go into the last round game with a half a point lead with white, and so he can determine his own fate. So he has played knight c6, and I have no doubts that in case of bishop b5, which we have not seen.
No, I thought that he wasn't going to play bishop b5. I really did. I didn't just see it on the camera. I thought
that that knight c3. So the two knights.
Of course, I thought he was going to play bishop b5. I was just playing with you. But yeah, we actually have a big surprise. You would think that we would see the bishop b5, but perhaps Ray wanted to avoid a Berlin.
Which Hikaru had played earlier in the tournament against Sam Sevian, for example.
Yeah, so
and got a very good position.
And Ray didn't get much on the white side of Berlin as well. So I think that maybe he thought this is the
best chance to get some advantage was to play. Now, after knight f6, of course, the four knights variation is not considered an opening really where white gets much play, and it's one of the oldest openings in chess. After knight f6, let me just bring that position up on my board for a second so I can just explain what is going on in this game. After knight c3, knight f6, obviously we have a symmetrical position, and here white has a bit of a problem. He can't play the natural move bishop c4 because it's been well known in theory that after knight takes e4, knight takes e4, d7, d5, black gets a perfectly good and playable game. So white oftentimes does things like d2, d4, takes, knight takes, and it turns into a Scotch game where, again, after bishop b4, the latest and greatest in opening chess theory has said black should be satisfied by the outcome of this opening. So Ray has to have something a little bit special in mind, and I don't know what that is.
And we've got just a few moves so far in Gata Kempsky's game against Wesley So.
Just opening moves, just a pair or two of moves. Going back to our key matchup, which we'll be following throughout this entire round, of course, Ray Robson, Hikaru Nakamura. I do believe that Ray played the move d4, just waiting for the move. Yes, he did. He did play the move d4. There's really no other way for white to get an edge. Bishop b5 is not the way to play it. Very quickly captures on d4, knight takes d4, and again, the prescribed move by opening theory is bishop b4, which I believe Hikaru has played. Yes, he has played bishop b4. Then the prescribed opening theoretical move is knight takes c6, b takes c6, bishop d3. These moves have been played in countless numbers of games, castles, d7, d5. I know some of the Russian players have been trying to get some plus from this position as white, not very successfully in my estimation. So Hikaru is going to be happy that he's got a safe, solid position as black, needing, again, only a draw to take a half a point advantage with him into the last round.
And what is White's best chance here?
White's best chance is
Taking
based
on D5 and-
is based on the move Bishop G5.
And pressuring with Queen F3, right?
And to follow up exactly with the move Queen F3. So at the moment, this pawn structure for Black, the double pawns on the C file, theoretically, this is what White is trying to do. He's hoping that he'll be able to exploit these double pawns as well as to put pressure on the knight on F6 with this pin. Normally speaking, though, Black gets a pretty solid game by playing Bishop E7, Bishop E6, Bishop E7. Hold on, I'll get it in a moment. Hold on, there it is. I got it, yay. Bishop E7 followed by Bishop E6 in order to defend this pawn on D5, and then to get a little bit of counterplay along the half-open B file, pressuring the B2 pawn. And again, a lot of games have been played from this opening, and really I don't see White getting much of a claim to an opening advantage. It's so crucial in the elite chess circles that as White, that you come out of the opening with something, that you get some kind of opening edge. And that's what your preparation is all about, getting that opening edge.
But what would you have recommended, Ray? Because if you don't want to play the Berlin endgame, do you think you should have just said, heck, none of this other stuff is working, so I'll just play the Berlin endgame as White and try to get a slight edge with that?
No, I actually think that if you have a problem as White playing the Berlin, I actually like the Italian game. I like Bishop C4, Knight F6, D3, Bishop C5, and it's not quite the Berlin ending or anything of that nature, but it is a line that top grandmasters have been able to get a little bit of a plus for as White. Okay, it's not much, but it's something. Whereas I do believe that the line chosen by Ray is not offering him enough possibility, let's say, of getting an edge. And the players have, I believe, Hikaru simply just castled, and and Ray has responded with castles. So D5. So the players are going along the prescribed route of theory, and well, we'll see if Ray has something way down the road. Oh, by the way, Ray did capture.
So he captures first.
Right
I think,
away.
Yeah, I think that sometimes.
And that's actually.
That's what most people play, I think.
Yeah, but that's actually also very much. Black is happy to see that because his double C pawns disappear, of course, in that trade. Bishop G5, you play C7, C6, refortifying. I'll get it. The D5 pawn, and again, I would say that Hikaru would be very satisfied by the outcome of this specific position. Hikaru mentioned that in his interview not so long ago that in evaluating his own play, maybe he's a little bit overly critical, he said that he's actually played really well as Black. And that, for example, he beat Caden Trofa in a very nice game in the Benoni as Black.
And the Naroditsky game.
The Naroditsky game, the game against Sam Sevian, he was the one pressing. So he says, actually, Black has been my best color in the tournament, and he's played very well thus far. Also, boldly pointing out the obvious, if Ray Robson were to win this game, the tables are turned, and Ray Robson would be taking a half a point lead going into the last round, and who knows? Anything could happen under that case scenario. And again, boldly stating the obvious: if Hikaru wins this game, he wins the U.S. Championship title 2015.
Great. Yeah. So actually, I think what was the idea if you don't take on D5 first? Because I understand what you're saying about how it just straightens out Black's pawn structure, but if you play Bishop G5 right away.
Yes, Bishop G5 right
So
away.
if I take on C3 and then play H6, are you going to be forced to make a bunch of trades anyway?
That's a good question.
Because my idea is I'm just going to chase you away and take on E4.
Yeah, you want to take on E4. So if I do trade everything, it doesn't look like, well, it's, it's so hard to get anything in these positions. This looks dead drawish, actually. Dead drawish. I don't see.
And with
any-
actually white fighting to get the structural neutrality.
Right,
Yeah.
you end up having to, you could play c3, c4.
So that's why I think a lot of times they take on d5 first, just because it's a concession, but it's almost a necessary evil.
You're probably right, Jen, that this trade, even though it may work out into black's advantage because of his structure, may be necessary. c6, queen f3.
Oh gosh, I saw b5 on a board that looked kind of similar to this, and I was like, how's that possible?
That's the Wesley So game.
That is the
right?
Wesley So game.
Yeah. So queen f3, and it's a question whether or not black tosses an h7, h6 to say I'm not really afraid of the double pawns, or just simply plays bishop e7. Again, this is really a well-known theoretical position. Let's move around the board and go to our top women's games, because
Right, that's going to determine also perhaps this round how likely we are to have a clear women's champion, or if we're more likely to go into a playoff on Monday.
Exactly. Now, as Maurice mentioned at the top of the show, Nazi Paikidze is one of 3 players in the tournament to go through undefeated. Herself and Kate in the women's section have not lost a single game, while Hikaru also has not lost a single game. She played the Caro-Kann against Tatev and got a fine position, but was eventually outplayed by her opponent, sacrificed a piece, and remarkably made a draw. So the Caro-Kann defense will not have come as a surprise to Kate. And let's see what Kate had prepared. Knight takes e4, bishop f5. The old Botvinnik line on move 4, the other main variation is knight d7. Bishop f5 was Nazi's choice. Knight g3, bishop g6, knight h3. Old idea of Michael Tal. The idea behind this move is simply that you want to play knight f4, eventually winning these 2 bishops. If you can play knight f4 as well as h2, h4,
right,
there's some awkwardness that black might experience there. So this move, knight f6, is considered the most precise. The idea is that if you play knight f4 immediately, you'll be met by knight d5, putting the question to white's knight, and white will probably be forced to capture the bishop, and this rook is actually pretty good. So you don't play knight f4 right away, you play bishop to c4, preparing the move knight f4, e7, e6 by the opponent, and I've got castles by Kate. Now, normally, if I'm black in this position, and I have been black in this position in my tournament practice, I play the move bishop d6. What's the idea? The idea is that after you play knight f4, by the way, where else is the knight going to go? I'm going to play queen c7, attacking the knight. Again, putting the question to the knight, are you going to take my bishop? Probably not. Black's fine. If you play the move queen f3, you know what old pawn grubbers do in these positions?
How can you grab a pawn? Takes on c2?
Of
really?
course, of course.
You're just going to take that guy?
You take on
it
c2.
Seems like,
it looks counterintuitive, but the idea is, for the moment, this knight on f4, you're not touching anything over there, and this pawn on c2 is actually, it means that you've got an isolated pawn, and it just throws down the challenge.
So you're not scared at all?
Well, I am scared, of course, but you could sacrifice a piece, but guess what? What if I don't take it?
But now you're not up a pawn.
Now I'm not up a pawn.
But your pieces are pretty well coordinated.
Right. I'm going to develop.
And I've got that d pawn, and just a little bit of a lack of harmony with my bishop on c1.
For the moment. For the moment.
All right.
So a very interesting game shaping up there.
A very key game, because if Karina Nemcova does not win this game, she's got a heck of a task in front of her. Remember that Karina Nemcova plays Irena Krush in the final round. We assume Irena is a big favorite in this game against the youngster. If she does end up winning this game, Irena that is, that means that, and that Katerina doesn't, like say she only draws, that would mean that Katerina would have to win with black against Irena in the last round to have a chance at the title. Whereas
Agreed.
The easier route would be for her to win today.
Yes.
And then she could draw and find herself in a playoff.
Right. Right. So a big game for Irena, as Irena is hoping that she'll be able to win today and take a lead going into that final game. We have an English opening on the board. One, as you know very well, Jen, one of my favorites is the English, and I played this position literally my whole career. Rook b1, a7, a6, b4, knight d4. Kind of a strange inclusion of two moves. Usually speaking, in this line of play, if black's going to play this line, black would play a5, a3, rook e8, b4, saying to white, thank you very much, white, you've opened up the a file for my rook. Now I'm going to play knight d4. I'm sure Irena has specific nuances of why she prefers the move a6, b4, and knight d4. In this particular move order, I don't know why she would like this particular move order myself. A4 was played by Jennifer, and that's our
And not
current
easy. I mean, we
position.
can't just give Irena the win here. I mean,
Oh,
of course
no,
she's
no,
playing
no,
against
no.
a much lower rated player, but she is playing black, and she's playing against a youngster who's never played in a women's championship before, but is used to really intense competition. And
From her World Youth Championships,
Yes.
World Championships, I want to say.
yeah, and you never know when she'll. The thing about her being so young and playing in this women's championship is she's actually improving day by day.
Well, precisely,
You know, like by
yeah.
the end of the tournament, she'll be a better player than when she started.
Yeah.
Because her brain, obviously is just growing.
Just her experience, her knowledge of chess. Well, that was one of the things that I really felt very strongly about coming into the event. We discussed at the start of the event that this was the youngest event ever in the Open, as well as the strongest event ever in the Open. Well, I was looking at the strength of the ELO list, and I thought to myself, my gosh, if you look at this danger squad of all of these junior players, they were gaining rating points in each and every event that they were playing coming into this tournament. So they may be well underrated. You talk about Sam Sevian and Caden Tro today with their ratings. Who knows? Next year when they come here, they may be 50 to 100 rating points higher than they are currently. So this ELO, as good as it is, could potentially be even stronger in 2016 and beyond.
I believe it will. And, the thing about it for the young players, or the really young players especially, and the noobs to the tournament, is that it's not just newbies.
Yeah.
It's not just playing all these games. It's also the immersive experience, preparing, watching some of the best players in the country and in the world, analyzing in the VIP room after the game. All of these things are contributing to, Apurva and Annie and Jennifer's experience here.
Without question.
And that's what I found when I was playing my first women's chess championships, to be the most valuable in a sense.
Yeah, for me too. My first U.S. championship when I was playing, I mean, I saw all of these grandmasters together discussing positions with an ease and familiarity that just made me envious. Like they just knew what they were supposed to be doing, and they had all of this knowledge and experience. And so when I got a chance to sit down with, the competitors like of this field and analyze chess with them, that was as gratifying as at the board play.
Yes, as the
right?
games itself. And it's
Yeah.
also motivating to come here and see the conditions and think that you're already a star, but maybe you can be even a bigger star and be on that podium.
Without question.
So a very valuable experience. Now, back to the games.
I got Wesley So.
Yeah,
and,
let's take a look at Wesley.
And Gada Kamsky, again, the defending champion. We know that Gada's come into this event with the attitude of playing tame openings as white. He really hasn't gone thrown down a gauntlet as white. He's played d4, knight f6, knight f3, e6, and he's played the move g2, g3, kind of a Catalan, but it allows black this very nice move, and I've played it on multiple occasions myself, b7, b5. Looks a little bit weird, but it has some very clear ideas. The first idea is, in many variations as white, you want to play the move c2, c4, so that, who knows, maybe in the near future you'll play d4, d5. So c4, b5 right away takes away the c2, c4
Right.
advance. then after, pardon me, I wanted to say, then after bishop g2, what happens is black plays bishop b7, trying to shut down or rather neutralize the Catalan bishop on the g2 square. I find b7, b5 to be the most effective way of meeting this particular move order by black.
Very interesting. You know, we've been seeing that the Catalan's such a cool customer that players are deliberately playing different openings against it, like this. And then we also saw Irena in an opening that might lead to a Catalan against Jarovic, steer to a Benoni, which is not normally in her repertoire.
Exactly. So but a specific type of Benoni, right?
Right, exactly, with the G3. And I think that's really interesting because the Catalan can be a tough opening to meet, but these players are avoiding it with move order and transpositional tricks.
Right.
Now, is it just me or does Wesley So's posture seem a little bit slouchy today?
Yeah.
It seems to me that he's got yesterday in his mind, and hopefully by the middle game, he's going to get back into the zone and not have that type of attitude. What do you think, Yaz?
Right. Well, I just saw him at the Tata Steel Chess Festival in Vaikanze. That's a marathon event of 13 rounds with all kinds of top players from Magnus Carlsen, world champion, Levon Aronian, and so on. So this posture is a bit, well, quite unusual for Wesley. He looks much more relaxed and back. I'm used to seeing him usually with a stiffer back, leaning towards or into the table. So clearly the events of the last 2 weeks have impacted this young man with a shining star career in front of him.
Oh, yeah.
I can only say that he's very fortunate, actually, as we know, whatever your vocation may be. If you're a diver, you're going to belly flop.
Right.
If you get on a horse, you're going to get bucked.
Right. He can know that this is the worst. That was the worst moment of his chess career.
Exactly.
It's not going to get worse than that.
First of all, that's exactly right. It's not going to get worse. And secondly, immediately after this event, he's going to go to Azerbaijan.
That's right.
Where he'll play in the Gashimov Memorial, one of the really elite events, and he'll be forced to get right back up on the horse. Sometimes in chess, there's a pause. In other words, you could play in a U.S. championship, and your next event might not be for 2 or 3 months. Now, in this case, and you could dwell on a disaster too long. You know, it could turn to a embittering experience. But because I think he's very fortunate that he's going to
jump right in. He doesn't have time to stew. I totally agree.
Exactly.
And you know, ultimately, the rating points will cancel out.
Of course.
If you take enough volume, the whole point is he'll gain a little bit more and lose a little bit less for the rest of the year. So it will be washed at some point. And in some ways, I think that, you know, if he recovers from this well, so far, you know, he hasn't been like super angry. He's reacted like a good sportsman to everything. He's respected the arbiter's decision. I think ultimately this experience could earn him some new fans.
Oh, without question.
It also shows that he's human. I mean, as a writer and somebody who even today writes in journals, like, I understand this concept of affirmation. And of course, you definitely shouldn't be doing it at the game. It's not allowed. I don't think it should be allowed. But it's just kind of surprising that somebody who's such a genius and so high rated would do that. And I think people are like, wow, it's not just me.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's very strange that in some ways you can have somebody who's really, really, really extraordinarily good at chess, and yet even within the world of chess itself, have blind spots, blind areas. Like, I really didn't know anything about the score sheet, note-taking, because, well, why would you, right? But
Because you don't have the desire to remind yourself that you're an awesome person, a great player, and you always know where your pieces belong.
Right, nothing of that nature. But I do recall that international grandmaster, 3-time challenger Viktor Korchnoi, once in the Soviet championship, went to the arbiter and asked if he could castle long in a position where there was an open B file, that his opponent's rook was open on the open B file, and whether or not he was allowed to castle long. Now this is in the Soviet championship, the supreme championship of the Soviet Union, this was like one of the great players of all time, just confirming that his knowledge of the rules were correct. So there are areas in chess where even if you're extremely experienced, it doesn't necessarily mean that you know each and everything about every rule in chess. By the way, a few more moves.
Knows,
One thing for sure is now you know. By the way, After bishop g5, c7, c5 was played by Wesley, bishop g2, bishop b7, c2, c3. Again, a very well-known theoretical position. Black's usual choice is knight a6 in this position. Bishop e7 is considered a poor choice because after d takes c5, bishop takes c5, the bishop has stutter-stepped, and oftentimes what white is trying to do in this position is castle, play the move knight de2. Sometimes, pardon me, not knight de, sometimes with the idea of b4, interesting, and a4 to try to get an edge on the queen side. So knight a6 is considered the best and most flexible move.
Now over in our key game, okay, you want to take a look at this
Just
first,
go
and then
around,
we'll go to Ray.
yeah, just go around the board for a second. Alexander Onishchuk, again, you mentioned it yourself, Jen, theoretically has a chance of winning the title. Lots of things have to go right for him in this game as he's playing against young Sevian, who's having a fantastic event, having the best score against the highest rated players in the field. We have a Grunfeld defense on the board, very well known Grunfeld, rook b1, a7, a6, rook c1, f7, f5. Well, this has been a kind of a latest wrinkle in the Grunfeld to get in these early f7, f5 counter shots.
Well, if you're just learning chess and you're joining us, welcome, because we really like it when the noobs tune in. And don't forget to ask us questions at hashtag US Chess Champs, like, can I castle here?
Can I castle?
For instance, I mean, you just talked about a grandmaster who asked that question, so you guys shouldn't feel bad about asking questions like that. But moves like f5 just look horrible to somebody who's just starting the game. How can you explain to them, like, the classical principles that they're learning with a move like this, which aesthetically looks really ugly, opening up your king, weakening the e6 square, weakening the, knight can come to g5, all these squares.
Exactly. I'm having a hard time myself. f7, f5 really looks like a counter punching kind of move. Of course you want to fight for center squares, and f7, f5 does precisely that, puts pressure on the e4 pawn.
And it does happen sometimes in the Grunfeld. You see, like in
Oh,
Gary
yes.
Kasparov's games, you see a lot of these f5s in the Grunfeld. I think that's partly because sometimes that bishop on c8 doesn't get a ton of play, and by playing f5 you kind of activate that and just get some excitement going when your c5 break doesn't really lead to anything too concrete.
Well, yeah, but I'm just wondering if this f7, f5 move shouldn't have been punished by something as mundane as, for example, captures. If you capture with the bishop, I mean, it looks ugly. Everybody has bad structures, but as you said, Jen, there's ideas of bishop c4 and knight g5 in the position. I understand that rook d8, my queen, isn't ideal. I may have to end up moving my queen to b2. But for the moment, I'm a pawn up, and black's king does look a little bit grotty, in my opinion. That wasn't Alex's choice, and again, I'm sure the players are playing theory. Bishop to d3, developing a piece, looks very natural. C takes d4. And now we can actually appreciate why this move f7, f5 is a bit disruptive to white's position. If white had made the natural recapture, which he would want to do, c takes d4, then after queen takes d2, king takes d2, black castles with a very concrete threat of f5, f4, and the bishop, oops, pardon me, that arrow wasn't supposed to come up, but the bishop on e3 would be trapped, and this is a very good equalizing strategy for black.
Right, so we would have to play something like d5 in that position.
Yeah, not what you wanted to
And
do.
you could even consider playing f4 immediately to loosen the d4 pawn up if you want to try that. So it gives black a lot of different equalizing type options.
Which is why in this position white opted for the move knight takes d4, then came knight e5, and
So
now
why do you think black didn't take on d4?
I think that the reason...
I mean, no, after knight takes, knight takes.
Exactly. I think the reason has to do with this particular move order. So now we get that same ending, and after castles, well, there's no threat of f5, f4 because everything got swapped
Right, there is a
off.
threat of f takes e4 and rook takes f2, but you obviously have a move to...
Well, I could play king e3, but I'm just wondering if I did put my rook nicely on the 7th rank. Then after, for example, takes, check. I'm not sure where you'll move your king. I'm just putting it on the board. King e3. Momentarily, black's a pawn up, but it's white's pieces that have all the activity, and I think that this would simply be an uncomfortable ending for the second player, which is why back here, Sam Sevian played knight e5.
Going for activity instead, yeah. You don't
Right.
want to get yourself into an ugly Grunfeld endgame. And now,
No,
now
the-
we're threatening, for instance, taking on e4 and playing knight c4, which
These-
could be a lot of fun.
Right.
You know, like getting that dark squared bishop would always be nice.
By
But,
the way, a challenge has been put down by Alex Onishchuk. He has castled, and you did mention that, in a sense, black does have a choice of which bishop he wants to capture. He could go after this dark squared bishop.
And I mean, in theory, that's great, but our development is so poor. I wonder what White has up his sleeve at this position. In fact, we could actually take with the pawn after bishop takes c4, knight c4.
Yeah.
And we could find a good square to move our queen, and then when we
For
take
example.
with the pawn on e3, we could even take with the pawn here, and now you can't castle, which is kind of cool.
For white.
Yes,
Kinda,
that's
yeah,
what I- that's what I meant.
Black's king's kind of getting stuck in the center, and it's
So
kind
you
of
got the bishop.
not pleasant. So what happened was Sam actually just took the light squared bishop right away. This was his choice in the game, and we do have knight takes d3, queen takes d3 on the board. And again, this move f7, f5 has caused serious weakness to appear on the e6 square.
And we've got Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with some news in the key game of the Women's Championship.
Well, we know that Karina Nemcova has been leading the tournament all the way through up until the last round when she was caught by 6-time champion Irena Krush. When we talked to Karina yesterday, she gave the impression that she had to win today. It didn't matter that she was tied for first or that she's in a solid position. She feels like she must win today because, after all, she plays Irena in the next round, and Irena has on paper at least, much easier opponent. So what did she choose to do? Well, Nazi Paikidze plays the Caro-Kann, very solid opening, hard to break. So she played this line with the knight on h3, not the usual square. After e6 castles, the bishop to e7. Yas, you were talking about her bringing a knight to f4 and trying to increase the pressure that way. She decided to put a pawn on f4 instead. Her point now revealed why the knight is on h3, not to block the advance of this pawn, and looking to break the position open with the move f4 to f5, opening the diagonal for this bishop. So with that threat in mind, Nazi played the move queen to d7, stopping the advance, making it not so easy. Of course, her knight on b8 is a little bit wondering where it's going to go next. But still, the aggression is clear that Karina wants to win today at all costs so that she can keep pace with Irena Krush, who is showing that she is ready to win her 7th title. Guys?
Thank you very much, Maurice. I remember playing Caro-Kann against Grandmaster John van der Velde from Holland, where he too had advanced the move with the move f2, f4. I played queen d7 to stop the break with f5. And let me just bring their game up on my board so I can tell you what I aspired for. So bishop e3 by Kate, developing, protecting the pawn on d4, preventing a move like c4, c5. What John van der Velde tried against me was to play b2, b3, fianchettoing the bishop, and what white is trying for is the move f4, f5. So let me just, for example, put a move on the board, knight a6, idea of offering the knight as a kind of a bait, like double my pawns if you like. Let's say white plays the move c2, c3, knight back to c7, bringing that knight on b8 into play, queen f3. What white really wants is to bring his rook to e1 and play for the move f4, f5. This move knight d5 is a bit disruptive. Kate may have to drop back with her bishop. I would say that roughly balanced. Black is very, very solid in a lot of these Caro-Kann lines. It's not easy to get an edge even after lots of trades occur on the f5 square. Moving to the game of Irena Krush, from her perspective, that is to say, Irena's perspective, she's bamboozled her opponent a bit. After the move a4, bishop to g4, Jennifer played the move e2, e3, and black is always happy about being able to trade the light squared bishop, because that bishop on g2 in particular is a great defender.
That makes you kind of sad as an English player, huh?
That to lose that bishop, you bet. I would have never in this position played e2, e3 myself. I would have certainly dropped back with my knight, knight d2, looking to grab a pawn down here on b7. Again, the old pawn grubber and me just can't stop myself from going after pawns.
Well, this is a dragon structure, and I love that bishop on g2 also.
Absolutely.
It's a dragon structure for white.
Absolutely. Instead, e3 was played by Jennifer after the trade. Basically speaking, black has no problems, but that's not what Irena needs to hear. She needs to hear how is she going to mix things up and get an
that's
edge.
a good point, considering how key it is for her to win this game, to maximize their chances.
Exactly.
You know, it just occurred to me, when kids pick an opening, they often pick it based on how it sounds. Like, kids love the fried liver and the dragon and the Italian game.
Agreed.
I think the English needs a new branding.
Right, a better
rebranding.
agent.
So I'm saying call it the English Dragon. Now all the kids are going to want to play c4 in the first move.
Well, there you go, the English Dragon. That will definitely up its cachet, right? So queen takes f3, by the way, does have a clear idea. Give me the pawn after c7, c6, b5, ab, ab, d5, cd, cd.
This has all happened?
No, I'm just saying
okay.
this looks like a very consequent line of play for both sides. Bishop d2, very balanced position. Of course, black might be slightly for choice thanks to the space edge, but a space edge has a propensity to disappear as more things get traded. So Irena, fine, easy game. Pardon me?
White didn't have to do this, did she?
Well, I'm just saying it's a very straightforward.
It's possible, yeah, but I don't think white should be worse. So.
Oh, I think she would be slightly worse at the end of the variation, but in fact, slightly worse in the sense that it's a fraction of a pawn worse. It's a very balanced position, bishop d2, just a little space for black. But I'm saying that as black, you're trying to equalize from the opening gun, right? Well, great. Irena has equalized from the opening gun, but how is she going to imbalance or create an imbalance that could favor her, that she might be able to win? This will be a hard game to win. By the way, Irena's made the first step in this line of play. After queen takes f3, she's played c6. After you've played a4, b4, and c4, you said a, b, and c, you got to play b5. Right?
Wait, no, A, B, C, D.
You're right, but this is B5.
What?
That substitutes for the D. And again, this whole variation with a lot of pawn trades looks very consequent.
Right, indeed. Okay, well, we'll see how Jennifer ends up doing in that. Now, I would love to take a look at our top board in the championship section.
Let's go back
and see
to
how that
Cara.
opening shook out. We saw a two knights variation where, as you pointed out, this idea with queen f3 is usually to try to play bishop g5 and see if you can get a little something.
Exactly.
But it looks like that Robson had a different plan in mind.
He played the move h2, h3, making luft, just stopping any, bishop g4 ideas. c7, c6, a move that black wants to play anyway. Queen f3, bishop d6. Basically, Hikaru saying, I'm not worried about your bishop g5. If you play bishop g5 and double my pawns, I'm going to be happy about any ending. After bishop d6, rook e1 was played by Ray. Rook b8, a very useful tempo. Many top grandmasters like tossing in this move, rook b8. First of all, because after the move b2, b3, this knight is just loose. It's nice when your opponent's pieces are not protected. And many times this rook can sidestep the bishop. It's not like you have to develop the bishop to develop the rook, but you can play rook b7 and maybe a move like rook e8 here. Again, a very dry position, and many draws have occurred from this opening.
And another relatively recent Super Grandmaster game might shed some light on Rook B8 as well.
Cool.
Well, Anand played this position in 2013 against Wang Wei, and in that game, Black played 12h6, after which bishop f4 occurred. So
in this position,
it went h6, bishop f4, bishop takes f4, queen takes f4, and I don't know if that's anything for white, but of course rook b8 does prevent the bishop f4 trading maneuver because b2 is then hanging.
Exactly.
So Nakamura finding an improvement there on Anand's play, perhaps.
Very good.
Or just, or maybe just preferring this line for whatever reason, but it certainly seems to be prepared in the opening, despite not being able to prepare it. I mean, not being able to expect that Ray would play this
for sure.
today. We do have Teryn, who has a special feature for us today. One of the great things about the St. Louis Chess Club is that we have resident rotating grandmasters.
Yes.
Me, you, Ben,
Maurice,
Alejandro,
Ronan, and others.
Right. Oh, yeah, and a Kobian. But we also have a resident magician right now over at the World Chess Hall of Fame. So
cool
let's
is
see some
that?
tricks.
I am here with August Meyer, who is a member of the Chess Club of St. Louis, and I understand that you moved here to St. Louis in part because of the Chess Club.
Largely because of it. After I got done with some other things I was doing military-wise, I was looking for a civilian job and had just gotten back into chess and was looking around for places to apply for a job. And so St. Louis was one of the main places that I looked for a job, mostly because of the chess club. I had just gotten back into chess, and this is the chess capital of the United States, and I wanted to be closer to it.
That is an amazing fact. And what about the chess club that you love so much?
Mostly the fact that I can play chess any day of the week, 12 hours a day. I mean, it's open 7 days a week, which is great. So anytime I feel like playing chess, there's always someone to play chess with. Just come to the chess club, and there's always someone here.
That's great. And we also know that chess is not your only talent. You also have some magic tricks up your sleeve.
Yes, I'm actually an amateur magician. I specialize in sleight of hand and manipulation. It's a hobby of mine. I've been playing with magic since I was about 8 years old, and then I started doing professional quality stuff when I was about 18. So a little over 10 years I've been doing mostly sleight of hand and manipulation.
That is so cool. So you know, we have to see one of your tricks.
Absolutely.
All right, and what's this one called?
Well, this is just general stage manipulation. So take that off. If you can back up just
Awesome. I hope you guys are seeing this back home because this is pretty amazing. Wow. That is so much fun. And I'm assuming you show these tricks to people whenever they're down here at the club.
Yeah, I have been known as the magic man or the card guy for the last 3 years down here.
That's awesome. And I understand you might have one more trick up your sleeve?
Well, I certainly could do one more trick if you absolutely want me to.
Of course. Let's see it. Where did he just go? I don't know what happened, so I'm going to have to send it down to you guys. Live TV, you never know.
Gosh, wow. Another scandal.
Another scandal.
The magic man disappears. I want to see him do that trick with pawns.
Whoa, that would be impressive. No,
Definitely against the FIDE rules to make your opponent's pawns disappear during the game.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to August Meyer. He comes to the club. When I'm in the Western Grandmaster, I see him very often in the club, and he really likes S-chess, and he had made a program on his website for the S-chess for the graphics. So
you can
shout out.
Input puzzles,
exactly.
S-chess puzzles. That's great.
And print out the diagrams instantly. So
That's
it's really
awesome.
nice.
Yeah, because you showed me some S-chess puzzles, but it's like there's no chance I'm ever going to be able to remember it, you know? So that's nice that you don't have to like write by hand, like pawn on
You bet.
F6, clock on H5, etc.
etc.
So
let me just go again to our game of the round.
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
that
Robson,
is going to be
Nakamura.
decisive to the event. An intriguing decision by Hikaru. I don't I can't recall offhand, let us put it that way, of this very early knight to d7 move by Hikaru. I don't know if this is a novelty. It might have been played before, goodness knows, lots of times. Again, this position is very well known. But the idea of knight d7 just appears to be straightforward, that this knight on f6, a lot of its squares are protected, the g4, e4 squares, and it's looking for a brighter future on c5 and possibly e5, although you have to be worried, you have to keep an eye on tactics. For example, bishop d2, knight e5 might first sight look good. Oh, I don't have, I beg your pardon, I was about to put a nasty double attack, but I just realized f7, f5
But
doesn't.
that's kind of unusual. Usually we don't have that, right?
Exactly. So let's say knight d7 played, bishop f4 looks more, let's say, in keeping with the position. Bishop f4, let's say queen f6, yeah? It's like a reasonable move. Bishop takes, queen takes. Again, it's really hard for me to see how white is going to exploit black's structure. I understand it's split, but it's not that big a deal. And as soon as black plays knight c5, I think Hikaru is going to be fine with his position. Hikaru's used a little bit more time than Ray, nothing immediately decisive or anything like that. And it looks like Ray has just played the move bishop f4, if I saw it properly from the webcam. Indeed he did. And we just looked at this move, queen f6, a little trade. Okay, white could play rook on a to d1, and again, knight c5, and nothing. Nothing. This is maybe maybe a smidgen, but this looks really solid for black.
But that being said, they're not going to draw. They're going to keep making moves.
No.
And as we know, when that happens, crazy things happen. Like there was a game between Robson and So where it looked totally balanced, and that was the Berlin that Ray didn't seem to get much against.
And that game very much was decided in time trouble. And strangely enough, in Ray Robson's time trouble, where he just simply outplayed one of the world's top 10 players in a pretty sharp position, and ended up with all kinds of exchange sacrifices going on, and Ray just bested him. It was really a remarkable turnaround. In the game of Gadakamsky and Wesley So, back at these parts, Wesley took on d4, took bishop e7, castles h6. This looks like a very solid position for both sides. Not too much is happening in this game of Gadakamsky.
And looking a little bit more focused, I would say, Wesley, though. So perhaps starting to edge that memory out of his mind and focus back in on these last two rounds. Can he regain some rating? Can he gain one of those spots? We've got Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with some thoughts from the key game in the championship.
Yes, Jen, this line that you guys are looking at with Nakamura playing with the black pieces against Ray Robson has been played before, but this position, as you sense, Yaz, has been quite anemic for white. In fact, in the 7 games that I was able to find in the database, it shows 5 draws and 2 wins for black. So we have to wonder why Ray walked into this line. I suspect Nakamura was thinking this doesn't seem like anything special. His move, rook to b8, was in fact not the novelty. Rook b8 had been tried before, and then b3. His move knight d7, however, is a new move that has never been tried. So putting a new wrinkle on the position is Nakamura in a position that has proven to be quite fine for black. Guys?
Thank you for that, Maurice. Yeah, I suspected knight d7 was a little bit different twist in the centuries-old variation. And again, anemic, I think, is a good word to describe the position. Very dry, very balanced, as is the game between Gadakamsky and Wesley So. Let's see if we can't run around the horn and find some action. We do have this game of Alexander Onishchuk, this very peculiar, shall we say, Grunfeld. It's not often in the Grunfeld that you see black wanting or even desiring to play the move e7, e5 as that closes his bishop. That was Sam's choice. Knight b3, queen back to c7, and now this move queen d5, posting up in the center of the board, basically saying to black, uh-oh, what are you going to do with your king? I'm going to cover a very vital diagonal. And if you ever play the move f4, that I think would be a strategic disaster, because after the move bishop c5, white's got a great game. So Sam Sevian having to play a precise move at this moment. I think it looks to me like he's played the move queen c6, by the way. Hard to tell from my field of vision.
You've got to get that queen out of the way. That
Yeah,
queen on
that
d5
queen-
is just a powerhouse. And now the c6, the bishop on c8, we're also ready to go to e6 now.
And he has played, yeah, we can confirm that queen c6. So let's just see what happens. Queen takes
Now is
c6
the
takes.
endgame.
Exactly. Let's bring our rook over. Obviously desiring to penetrate down the d6, to the d6 square.
Yes, we can put more pressure on that pawn with knight a5 as well, but we're not
Also-
sure because we might put the knight on c5. That's why you're starting with rook d1.
Precisely so. And
so-
I think that Sam's going to have some unpleasant moments here as he tries to balance or neutralize White's play. It
The
just
problem
looks
is that
nice for White.
Yeah, the problem is it's an endgame, sure, but it's not quite king haven time yet.
Yeah.
Like if we play king e7 to guard the d6 square, you
You're
have
really
that
inviting-
nasty bishop c5 check, and we get in anyway.
You're inviting all kinds of checks that would probably be a little bit too disruptive. So king e7 in the
So our
center board
king-
is not to be suggested.
So our king is just like kind of stuck. I mean, we can obviously castle or play king f7
I think castles is probably the way to go.
because we have rook f6 now, which is a nice defensive possibility in some situations.
Right. I'm not a big fan of this move, rook f6. As you know, Jen, in the Grunfeld, it's very rare that you ever want to react to threats like rook takes c6. After all, rook takes c6 would allow bishop e7. I would be more in favor to stop any knight a5 incursions, playing moves like a5, and thinking to yourself, look, even if I lose a pawn in some kind of way, the position will be open up enough for my bishops that I'll get calm.
Right, so we're going to start with something like knight c5 in this position, and our idea is that if we take on c6 in a situation where you can play bishop e7, that would be a lot better. But I guess here one possibility is you might want to try to reroute your bishop on g7 to f8 to take advantage of the fact that my pieces are
A little bit messed up. So
Yeah,
here
yes.
I would probably start with a move like f5, f4, a move that I criticized a moment ago, something. But because the c5 square is occupied, now you have to do something that you really didn't want to do. You put your bishop back in a passive square, bishop back to d2. And for example, after a move like rook b8, well, Black's developing.
Unraveling.
Yeah, he's developing a little bit of a counterplay.
Definitely.
And I would say that Sam would be okay with this.
But requires more precise play by Sam Sevian, and Onishchuk getting a nice game with White. We've seen that before in this tournament. We've got Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with some news from the Women's Championship.
Yes, Jen, it looks like these games are heating up on the top two boards. First of all, in the game between Jennifer Yu and Irena Krush, Jennifer has now expanded with her pawns. You see 4 pawns abreast on the 4th rank, looking to get some kind of breaks possible. But the engines are saying that this really shouldn't lead anywhere after a move like rook to e8. It looks as though White's pawns are quite dangerous, but in fact, Black is ready for any demonstration. One idea being that if you take on this square e5, knight to d7 is an interesting move, hitting this pawn all the way through to the knight and coming on the e5 square. Engines are saying that Black's already slightly better in this line, even though you see this move d4 that looks slightly dangerous. But it's the other game that's really interesting, the one between Karina Nemcova and her opponent, Nazi Paikidze. This move here, we saw the move f4, a show of aggression, stopped by the move queen d7, and then king to h1. Looks like she's preparing something aggressive, but after simply castle, she played bishop to e3, restricting the move c5, or not. Actually, that is what happened. c5 looks like a pawn sacrifice, guys, but in fact, this capture, she can play the move queen to c8, a very devilish move. Queen back to c8, hitting the c5 pawn, challenging White. to defend this pawn and also all the way through to this bishop. For example, if you play this move, you might see the move b6 appear on the board. Very tricky play, c5 by Paikidze. So that game is heating up and a very important game for the situation in the championships. And I think that Karina Nemcova, she's had very little difficulty getting to the situation she's in right now. Maybe could have even had more points. This might be a real serious test for her going down the stretch. And Paikidze showing that she has her eyes on this women's title. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Just continuing our look around the horn. It's funny, you look at the game of Conrad Holt and Sam Shankland, and you might think to yourself, wow, this is crazy. White has gambited a pawn. Look at this pawn on G7. This G7 pawn is on G5. Something that we've seen throughout the U.S. Championships, seems to be the move of the tournament, G5 in many games. And you might think to yourself, this is absolutely wild and crazy position. What are the players thinking? It's all theory. Right. I mean, lots and lots of games have appeared in this line. Moscow Gambit variation, the Semislav, I'm not exactly sure what to call it, but from the World Championship match in Bonn in 2000 and, geez, was it really 2008? Between Viswanathan Anand and Vladimir Kramnik, this whole line of variations were discussed in that very eventful match. So this is actually still a theoretical position, and both players know their theory very well.
Can you imagine if they had to figure it out from scratch?
Oh, no, it would be terrible. It would be terrible. In the game between young Kaden Troth and Timur Gariev, we have a Petrosian variation of the Queen's Indian defense. B7, B6 marks the Queen's Indian defense. A2, A3, a move that Tigran Petrosian, world champion, made famous. Bishop B7, and the whole idea is that after knight C3, White is stopping bishop b4, and he's fighting for control over this e4 square. Well, a line that Lajos Portis, a grandmaster from Hungary, made famous was this double fianchetto idea, g7, g6. Lajos Portis scored very well on the black side with this variation. Now White changes up and mixes his moves with the move g2, g3, preparing to fianchetto his bishop. And very important move, knight e4. Black's a little bit cramped in space. When you're cramped in space, trade pieces, not pawns. Knight e4, very good move. Knight takes e4. Bishop g5, f6, all theory. Bishop e3, Timur Gariev developing his knight with knight c6, castles, knight e7, and I believe we're caught up in this game. No, I beg your pardon, after knight e7, we just now have a move by Kaden Troth, queen d2, but for my taste, this position is actually just fine for black. I don't see any problems for the second player after, for example, a move like knight f5, and Kaden Troth finding it hard to get an opening edge against a very wily veteran player of Timur Gariev's capabilities. Again, now we come to a completely different game between Varugian Akobian, the recipient of a gifted point yesterday. He's going up against Daniel Naroditsky, who's finally got himself back in the tournament with a tournament victory yesterday. Poor Var, maybe he's playing Danya at precisely the wrong time.
I don't think you can say poor Var.
At precisely the wrong time. You know, you want to kick them when they're down, not when they're getting up. And knight c3, d takes c4, e4, bishop b4. This is a pawn sacrifice that more than anybody, Levon Aronian made famous for White.
Of course, a hero of Varugian Akobian's.
One of
and a friend.
Yeah. Exactly, and a great Armenia's greatest player since Tigran Petrosian. Bishop e7. So this whole gambit line is quite well known, and Daniel Naroditsky, without doubt, has studied it. Studied the details inside and out. Knight d5, bishop g3. I'm not 100% sure which is the novelty so far, but the players have played pretty quickly, and Daniel a pawn up, and we'll see what he has in store for this game.
Yeah, it should be a number of exciting contests here as we keep our eyes on these key games for the U.S. Chess Championship. We're also taking a look around at some messy battles. Maurice, got something for us in the Women's Championship?
You know, when the kids play, it always gets messy. They don't care about positional chess. Well, not exactly true. But two youngsters in this competition who have definitely had some battle scars from the tournament, Apurva Verkud and Annie Wang. Well, they're challenging each other now in a very exciting game. But Annie has an opportunity to gain an advantage if she finds a move. And take a look. You want to talk about exciting pawn moves. Just in this position here, after knight to c5, Apurva decided, I'm going to take on d5. There's a threat of knight b3 in the position, but if you try to get this move and sneak it in, well, suddenly bishop takes on f6 happens on the board, and she'll resolve the tension. Obviously, if you take with the queen, she'll just take back, and if you take with the pawn, suddenly she has this queen check, and there's no issue at all with the fork. But instead of that, after knight c5, c takes d5, there was an opportunity here for her to play a crazy move, g5, stopping that pin, and getting the idea of knight to b3 back on tap. The engines like that variation for her. That looked like a very good line, but she didn't want to go crazy around her king, and instead she played yet another idea, e5. Beautiful idea as well, far more logical. This also leads to an advantage for her. Why? Because this queen is tethered to this bishop on d3, so taking is not really possible. What is she supposed to do here? If she tries to leave, her queen will suddenly find itself on the same line as this black rook, and so big problems for her in this line as well. So this move e5, very interesting dynamic play on that board. These two youngsters will take a lot from this championship experience. Apurva Verkud, as a matter of fact, I looked up the ratings, and she hasn't lost any real rating points at this championship. So she's actually doing quite fine in the tournament. It's not that much of a dip from what she was expected to perform so far in the championship. But Annie Wang might have something to say about that right now. Guys?
Thank you.
Maurice.
And we've got some tweets coming into hashtag US Chess Champs. One that I thought was pretty funny was recommending the book Eat That Frog to Wesley So. And apparently it's a motivational book. Mm-hmm. It's one of those books that tells you how to be more productive and not procrastinate and, you know, make $1 million.
Right.
And the reason for the title is that if you eat a frog in the morning, then it's going to be the worst part of your day. So he was kind of making a corollary between that and us saying that, like, that game between Jacobian was the worst game of his career.
Right.
So now everything is uphill. And yeah, so do something you really don't want to do in the morning, and then the rest of the day is really happy. What do you think about?
I don't like eating frogs. No.
Yeah, frogs are pretty cool.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we are going to take a quick break, and we'll be back for more from the 2015 U.S. Chess Championship, keeping a particular eye on those games that are going to determine our champions in both the championship and the women's.
2014 was a great year for chess. Chess24 brought you live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses, ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos. Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. Chess24 is offering a special premium membership for just $9.99 per month or $99 per year. See you at chess24.com.
I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, St. Louis' status as the chess capital of the nation is on full display. With a welcoming environment and scholastic outreach program that works with over 100 schools, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
Hello, welcome back to the 2015 U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's Chess Championships here in the chess capital of the country. Now,
St. Louis, Missouri.
That's right. Right, everybody knows.
Everybody
We all know
knows.
now. So let's take a look at the game between Karina Nemcova and Nazi Paikidze, because that's going to be so important for our final standings in the women's.
Actually, in both of these key games, in the ladies' side between Irena and Kate, we've seen the positions heating up, and boy, do we have an unbalanced position in Kate's game. She just played the move F5, her freeing break, trying to bring this knight back in to the game. Black ends up with a huge majority on the king side, 4 versus 2, and white in turn a big majority on the queen side as well of 4 versus 2. Knight g4, and this is the type of position that the imbalances, I would say, favor Kate very much. I like this move, bishop g1 in answer to knight g4, this bishop on c4. Whenever you have the two bishops in an open position, it usually is a very good sign for the holder of the two bishops. This bishop on c4, to my mind, is looking to be a great piece, aiming down on Black's king. Also the fact that you control the d5 square. Also, obviously, you want to take on d7 and capture this pawn on f5. So I would say that in actuality, I like what has happened for Kate very much in this game, and I would rate her position as quite favorable.
And Nazi played a g6 in this position.
G7, G6, holding the pawn makes perfect sense, but at the same time, look at this great square for this knight. It's about to make a dramatic appearance on the d5 square. After, for example, knight f4, you're going to end up getting a big majority in the queen side, as well as holding really great minor pieces, bishop on c4, knight coming to d5. I don't see this position as offering Black really good dynamic chances. This knight on g4 is fine, except there's nobody supporting. You know, you can't just raid your opponent's king with a single knight unless it's with a smothered mate, and this knight is not going to win the game on its own, and for the moment it doesn't have any supporters. In the game of Irena Krush, the other crucial game, Jennifer made a crucial mistake, in my opinion, at this position with the move 14d4, a really bad move.
Oh, it's funny because I was joking.
Against the spirit of the position.
Because you were showing this, and you said the key follow-up is b5 after
course.
ABC, and I was joking ABCD.
A, B, C,
So-
D. So there you go. A, B, A,
She did
B,
go with my
D5,
suggestion.
B, C, B, C. This is the position that I thought might appear on the board. In such a position, for example, also E3, E4 deserves attention, trying to shut down this bishop on G7. In other words, this bishop on G7 is a passive bishop at the moment. Pieces are in its way. So the move D4, way back here, D4 is just a godsend for Irena, because that move helps Black's view with the bishop on G7. So D4 was a poor follow-up. Rook E8. I don't like this move D5 either. So a couple of poor choices here by Jennifer, and suddenly E5, E4, and it's Black
Who's seizing the initiative.
who's
yeah.
seizing the initiative. And thanks to this pawn on E4, we've seen this actually in another one of Irena's games against Tatev, where she managed to ensconce a knight on the F6 square, the mirror image being knight on F3. Also, you'll remember the game of Sabina Feuser against Apurva. I was going to get her name wrong for a moment. If Black could ever get a knight to F3 strategically, she'd be winning. So I like
Because
Irena's
now
position.
Black can even just play a move like Queen D7, and now Queen H3 is in the air. And,
Exactly, a very
Knight
big
G4.
threat.
So at some point, Jennifer is going to probably have to play F3, and then just to get some lateral defense on the H2 square, and that, of course, is going to create some major weaknesses in Black's pieces jumping to life.
Exactly, and that bishop on G7 is suddenly looking good. White's pieces, bishop on C1, knight C3. A lot of tactical opportunity here for Irena Krush. So definitely the two leaders in the competition are showing why they're leaders.
Well, yes, and just shows also that even two minor-looking mistakes at first, just little
Yeah.
pawn moves,
Yeah.
can add up to so much, right?
Oh, without question.
And that's where the inexperience comes in, I think, here.
Exactly.
Because it's not about calculation, it's more about those judgment calls.
Yes, indeed. And two small errors could lead to big consequences. In the game of Wesley So and Gadakamsky.
Oh, that's gotten a little more exciting.
Absolutely. We know that Gada oftentimes slow plays his openings with White, postponing the battle till later. Wesley threw out this move B4, and I would not have been anxious to push this knight to greener pastures. Knight E2, Queen B6, Knight F4, Rook C8. It looks, after this move Knight E5, that Queen G4, threatening mate. Oh boy, things are heating up. I'm going to turn this over to Maurice, because I think he has some things to share about this line. Boy,
He's got some news from the Women's Championship,
also,
actually.
go for it, Maurice.
Yes, guys, it looks like the women are throwing pawns forward with reckless abandon. We saw that game with Irena Krush battling her young opponent, and now that looked a little bit loose. We'll take a look at this. White's pawns also looking a little bit loose around the king. Much more standard plan to get this attack going in this Sicilian and Scheveningen formation, but it may be dubious because Black has a great idea. D5, very typical in this opening. D5 breaking the attack and then playing knight into E4, and now this attack does not look nearly as good as it did before. So it seems as though Tatev is going a bit too much forward, surging ahead with these moves. In another line, we were talking about Annie Wang's game, and she played this move, E5, very nice move. You obviously can't take the pawn because of the bishop hanging on D3, and after queen to C3, now she's sacking her queen. Well, tongue-in-cheek, knight takes D5. Of course, she's also hitting White's queen, but she's hitting the bishop on the other side of the board. This trade looks pretty much forced, and now after knight takes queen, she's looking to trade here. She's also hitting this bishop, so it looks like knight takes is forced, and now this move, knight takes on D3. This bishop is hanging, this B2 pawn is hanging. Doesn't matter where you put it, you could throw a tempo in if you like. You're going to have to throw this back, and now bam, Black's going to emerge an extra pawn. So some games really heating up and getting towards one side or the other. Certainly in this matchup, it looks like the young Annie Wang is taking over the game. Guys?
Thank you very much, Maurice. And turning again to where some fierce action is taking place in the open section, I turn to the game of Gadakamsky, our defending champion, against Wesley So, who, of course, is making his maiden voyage into the U.S. Championships.
Yes,
we
he
get
said
this
that he plans to win next year.
good plan. Good plan, Wesley.
Plan ahead.
Plan ahead. D7, D6 by Wesley, attacking Gada's knight on E5. Gada actually has just played the move knight D3, which was kind of annoying a little bit to me because I was trying to analyze the ramifications of H2, H4.
You have to play, what, F5 here to
Exactly.
stay in the game.
To stay in the game, I think there's only one move for black. Probably it's more than adequate. F7, F5. Usually a move you're not completely thrilled about making in such positions. And I was looking at queen dropping back to E2. Takes. You could also take on H4. Lots of things to analyze. Again, lots of captures for black. Let's assume he captures here, and this is a very unclear position. I can make an argument for both sides.
Right,
but
that knight with more pieces on the board and the king side looks beautiful, but here I kind of wonder, is that knight actually going to be that awesome?
I don't know. I just thought it was going to be a very intriguing battle. Maurice, you've got some thoughts also, perhaps on this one.
Still not on that game, Yaz. I am in the Women's Championship. Something huge has occurred. Karina Nemcova may have played her worst move of the championship so far. She's played a move that was quite unusual, and it will be exploited. Take a look at this. Yeah, this position, knight F4. Yes, very simple move to just bring the knight over to F4. Very solid. Other moves like B4 come to mind to hold on to that pawn. But knight F4 is like the blitz move. You just bring your knight to the better square. Instead, she played maybe too fancy. Bishop to D5. The purpose of which is a little uncertain here. This move, bishop d5, kind of exposing her bishop. Maybe she wanted to cement the bishop on this square. But look, it's 6 pawns to 6. That's the correct count, right? So now the move, queen c7, and it has been played by Paikidze. Queen c7. Remember, this bishop on g1 is stopping the mate on this square. The problem for her is that she has to defend not just this problem, but the c5 problem as well. And there's no easy way to do it. You'd have to make some kind of compromising move like b4, for example, but then suddenly a5 shows up on the board and it's black who's ready to bring a knight to a6. The engine is saying knight f4 as best in this position, but after the move knight to a6 anyway, it looks as though black is going to win a pawn on c5. No way to really deal with this threat if you play h3, knight back. And already the engine is arguing for crazy lines like bishop h2, just jettisoning this pawn and hoping to get some kind of play. So it seems as though Nemcova has found herself in a little bit of trouble after this move, bishop to d5. Guys?
Bishop d5 looks like a very strange move, I must say. Knight f4, so intuitively obvious. You're knight on h3, on the rim, not doing anything. You want to centralize it. d5 was the obvious square for the knight, not for the bishop. And it seems that after this very nice move, queen c7, the situation turns on a single move.
And that's
Bishop
what
d5,
happened.
and that did happen. Turning again to our key game in the U.S. Championship Open, let's go back to what we had. I thought that we had a pretty tame game after the move bishop f4. Knight d7, I'm beginning to really warm up to this move by Hikaru Nakamura, his 13th move, knight d7. I think that this was a very good move indeed by Hikaru. We saw a trade of bishops, rook a d1, more or less what we thought, knight c5, and now this is why I really appreciated Hikaru's play. This knight on f6 is suddenly having a very big role to play in the position. Much better square on c5. Knight e2 by Ray. This is the problem with white's opening, is that the knight on c3, especially against the structure c6, d5, doesn't have much to do. Knight e2, but on the trying to find a better square for his knight. But unfortunately, after this move, this allows Hikaru to challenge for supremacy on the e-file, rook e8, very simple move. Now if Ray continues in normal fashion, let's say knight d4, bishop d7, I think this position is really very, very balanced, and I don't see any problems whatsoever for Hikaru. Going back to that game of Wesley
And
So.
we have seen H4, so it seems now that we're going to see F5 by Wesley, who, by the way, is using quite a bit of time in this game so far.
And he's been one of the players that's had great time management, and perhaps with the exception, small exception of his game with Ray Robson, Wesley has been, significantly behind, 50 minutes behind on the clock. We've talked about, a remarkable series of bad luck, of bad things happening to Wesley. I certainly hope it doesn't happen again here after he's facing H4. Well, let's just take a quick look. Pardon me?
Okay. No.
Did
okay.
you do something?
He didn't play F5. He didn't play F5.
He dropped.
But his move also makes some sense. But he didn't play F5. I was just surprised because F5 looked like, that's probably why he was thinking though. But instead he just played the move Bishop to F6, a solid move, instead of the complications that arose after the more weakening F5.
Exactly. So Bishop F6. Okay, boy, you just scared. After yesterday, you can't imagine how really
you wonder,
frightening it was. We didn't know what was happening next. Looks like Sam Sevian has not.
But it's hard to see, actually, this move Bishop F6 pretty solid. I mean, it's not easy to see how, White can really take advantage of it.
True that.
So,
I was going to say in the game of Alex Onishchuk, by the way, it looks like Sam Sevian has not handled his rook came to D1. We were looking at castles. Instead, Sam played this move, Bishop F5. Clearly, he didn't like Bishop F8. Pardon me. Clearly, he didn't like the rook landing on D6, but the Grunfeld players don't like playing moves like Bishop G7 to F8, do they?
The other problem is that when we do trade a pair of bishops, that knight is going to totally dominate the C8 bishop. I mean, Bishop to C5, and I'm feeling like
compelling move, of course.
Also, it's just very difficult to defend C6 adequately if we play Knight A5. And now remember, like, if we play Knight A5 at some point, remember how we were playing Knight takes C6 and you were playing Bishop B7. Well, now we would be able to take on E5 because there's no bishop.
That is true.
So I feel that Sam's position has gotten worse.
Exactly. And if Sam was looking at a rook ending, this is not a rook ending, by the way, that I would find very attractive for Black. I would see these weaknesses, these pawn weaknesses, pardon me, let me just put that move on the board that I want. Rook D6, double threat of rook E6 check and takes, as well as rook takes C6. Alex Onishchuk is going to feel right at home in a double rook ending. And again, just looking at the standings, I do believe Alex, with 5 points, a win today would catapult him up to 6.
And he's going to be playing Naka in the last round.
Which would be a very, very big game to begin with, but also I think that would keep in mind that there are World Cup, FIDE World Cup qualification spots up for grabs, and Alex would secure a qualification with a win today. No questions, ifs, ands, or buts about it.
So Alex Onishchuk on top. Will Anish Deri want to beat him again today? We'll find out. Right now we've got a special feature from Teryn Schaefer, who's out with Mike Wilmering about some of the development opportunities here at the Chess Club.
Yes, thank you, Jen. As you know, chess, the sport, has grown internationally significantly over the past few years, in large part to what's happening here in St. Louis. And over the past few years, the broadcast here in the studio has grown. And just from last year, the numbers have tripled on the live broadcast, on people tuning in and viewing. So I'm here with Mike to kind of talk about how people can support the Chess Club here and the initiatives you guys are putting forth.
That's right. So, we work hard to secure sponsors for these big events, but we also, while we have a captive audience here for this fantastic broadcast, we want to engage the international chess community. There's a really great initiative coming up. Tuesday, May 5th, it's Give STL Day, and it's a way for nonprofits in St. Louis to engage the community, especially through social media, to help give to a cause. So the Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame will be participating. Since we have such an international following, we thought it would be really great if we could ask everyone who's watching here today to help spread the word, be prepared to give on May 5th, support all the fantastic exhibitions and art and cultural offerings the Hall of Fame has, as well as the exciting Scholastic chess programming we're doing here at the Chess Club.
That's right. And if people want to give, they can go to givestlday.org.
Right.
And one of the initiatives that you guys are pushing are your chess boards in the park.
Yeah, so we've actually started launching this idea of a chess pocket park. We have one up in the Old North neighborhood in St. Louis, and it's a way to create a space for the community, sort of an outdoor community classroom, where people from all different walks of life can join, come together, share something, learn together, so we can do programming once a week. We're working to put a pocket park in Forest Park. It's a beautiful park, just walking distance from the club. One of the best green spaces in the country, really. And our hope is to raise money on Give STL Day, Tuesday, May 5th, to support tables in the park and try to get some programming there. So.
That's right. And Mike's job, you know, he pulls a lot of these big sponsors, but one thing you guys want to highlight is that anybody can give, anybody can make a difference.
That's right. We really need the international chess community to rally behind what we're doing, support our cause. It takes a village. You know, we need the corporate sponsors. We need people giving just $5, $10 a piece, and helping spread the word is really important. So, so please do spread the word. GiveSTLDay.com, Tuesday, May 5th. Be ready to give. Be ready to ask your friends to give. So.
There you go. And I know today would be a great day to play chess on one of those pocket parks.
It's a beautiful day for chess. It's beautiful. Yeah, absolutely. This would be great. So
there you go.
Help us out.
Yes, help them out. Remember, May 5th, givestlday.org. Jen, Yasser?
Thank you, Mike and Teryn. But all our listeners are so broke because they're paying so much for this broadcast. How could they possibly find money to give after they spend, $0. Right?
$0.
Okay, so that's an argument right there. You should, pony up a little something.
Well, indeed. And by the way, I was talking to Tom on our breaks, Tom, our producer. He said that during the course of the 10 rounds of our show, we have had over 100,000 unique visitors from around the world, and a shout out to you all. Thank you very, very much for joining us. That's very nice.
If 100,000 people gave $1 each,
I think we could afford the whole program. That would be wonderful.
We've got Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with some news from that critical game in the Women's Championship.
Yes, Jen, one of the great things about analyzing with engines, it's also one of the more infuriating things for players, is that they're allowed to change their minds. They might say, I like this position for white, and then a couple of moves go by, and then they go, well, actually, I'm starting to calculate a few more billion positions, and I realize it's not as bad as it was. Well, that may be the case in the game with Karina Nemcova and Nazi Paikidze, because Karina has played a contentious move, B4, hanging on to her pawn and insisting that black will not be able to do anything about it. Her point, remember, when she moved the bishop away, was to get the bishop off this line so B6 doesn't bother her as much anymore. Well, this idea A5 is possible in this position, and now A3, holding that structure together. We'll see a move like C6 come if necessary. But what's interesting here is the move bishop F6, hitting the rook, trying to take over the A file, now ready to capture on B4. And look at this crazy line, B5. Don't try this at home. It's kind of interesting, though. Bishop takes, A1, queen takes. You just sacrifice a full exchange. But look at the pressure of the bishop, the pawns, and this bishop is included, as a matter of fact. If you try to develop simply the move B6, and it's hard for you to hold on to this pawn, if you play queen C8, bishop to D4, and white's bishops are dominating the board, you might wonder what happens if you take here on C5. Well, then you just get mated, because after all, G7 is coming, queen G7 mate, and nothing to hold. You can't move this pawn to block the diagonal. You'll be throwing things in the way, getting them captured, but it will be checkmate. So a very interesting line, still possible as she tries to balance this game. Nemcova fighting for her championship life right now as she tries to keep pace with Irena Krush. Guys?
That's quite a variation, Maurice. Wow, sacrificing the exchange. That really just came out of the blue. The bishop on G1 in what seemed like just a few moves somehow managed to maneuver to H8. Quite a remarkable development in a game that unfortunately is not crucial to our standings, but that nonetheless I'm finding very interesting. It seems that Daniel Naroditsky has refound some of his form that he had hoped to bring to this U.S. championship. He's accepted a pawn And he has, after the move 12 knight e5, a problem. He's a pawn down, and he's got to deal with a lot of dynamic piece pressure by white. How do you do that?
You mean a pawn up.
He's a pawn up, pardon me, and he's got to reduce white's piece
Right.
pressure. I beg your pardon. And one of the things that white is aspiring for in this position is to go for a kingside attack. While it looks like black's king is nice and secure, snug and secure, if you allow white to simply play moves like rook d1 to d3, a rook over, it's very clear that black's king could come under a very serious attack. So what has Daniel done? The fianchetto. He did it in a very nice way. I'm very impressed by the defensive moves, which I think, and I find very Karpovian, very powerful defensive chess here by Danya. Sometimes you have to play good defensive chess. It's great when you have the attack, but check these moves out.
Especially if
G6.
you're a pawn grabber.
Exactly. Bishop d3, so Var's doing the best he can to try to frighten Daniel that, well, I'll make some sacrifices along the g6. Notice again that Danya has not been eager to develop his pieces where they might be a tactical target. No, the first thing he wants to do is nail down his king so that his king is nice and secure. He's just played the move bishop g7. Var finds himself awkward. He doesn't know where to attack.
Usually
Danya.
we would see something like h4, judging from the games in our tournament, where
Right.
when you run out of moves
Ideas
to improve your pieces.
And Var rejected that idea because he was fearful that after the move knight f6, this knight not only stops the move h4, h5, but when the knight does appear on h5, then there's some awkwardnesses with the bishop on g3. That was why Var just played the move queen b3. And now I really like this move by Danya. I don't think he's played it yet. I like this move very much. Knight e7. Again, it looks like, gee, a lot of maneuvering, but this is a move that really cements black's king side. Once this knight gets to f5, then he doesn't have to worry about c4, d5 types of ideas. That knight on f5 combined with the bishop on g7, it looks passive, again, because this rook on a8 and the bishop on c8 aren't playing. But nice play here by Daniel.
What would you do against bishop h4 here?
Bishop h4 here, I would probably go f7,
Just go
f6.
f6, okay. You're not too worried about making that weakness now.
On the pawn on e6, no. Because, again, if worse ever comes to worse and somehow you manage to play bishop c4 and win that pawn back, well, fine. I'll get my bishops out. I'll be able to play knight f5. And I think this is a fine position for Danya. So
Although it's
nice
interesting
play.
that in that, okay, yeah.
So just nice defensive play, and I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. Now, again, I got to go back to the Ray Robson game for a moment. Not many developments,
Critical
I must
to our
say.
standings, though not the juiciest game.
Not the juiciest game. Bishop d7, as expected. Now, Ray, you know, it's tough because, of course, Ray needs to win, but when you have to play a move like bishop d3 to f1, you can't think of your winning chances as being so remarkably good. Here, I like moves like rook e5 here. I like this type of move where you just bring your rook and you try to take over the e file. That, of course, is the chopping block in the position, the only open file. Why not take command of it? So rook e5, rook e7, these are very fine moves. Also, I might...
You mean either rook e5 or rook e7.
Are fine moves. Also, I might mention that if the roles were reversed and Hikaru Nakamura absolutely needed to win, then a move like knight e4 by black, trying to play for initiative based upon ideas like c5, d4, and planning a knight on c3, you could make an argument that black...
So you actually like black. Boy, it's Naka.
I think he's just got a fine position. You know, just it's okay.
Nakamura has been playing great with these double king pawn stuff, and I don't envy Ray Robson's preparation task. You earlier in the broadcast pointed out why not the Italian game, but not easy for Robson. Nakamura's just playing very solidly, but at the same time aggressively with the black pieces. So
exactly.
Kudos to him. That's why he's number 2 in the world,
and why he's leading the field.
We've got Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with news on our other top player in the women's championship. Just like Nakamura, really a lot higher rated than everybody else in the field, except Nakamura, of course, also alongside with So.
Wesley.
Yes, Grandmaster Irena Krush is certainly the favorite on the women's side of the championship. And some people were even saying that she might win all her games. She might have a chance to get the Bobby Fischer Prize, and she was the best of anyone in the field on both the open side and on the women's side of winning all her games. That has not proved to be the case. Very difficult to pull off that perfect score, but nevertheless, she's won 5 out of 6, and she's feeling the need to win this particular game against the youngster Jennifer Yu, and she has played a move that looks a little bit uncertain on her part, not a clear idea here. Take a look in this position. The Indians like the move rook ACH. She has a fine position. She decided, even trading on D5 was a good idea. She decided to play knight to G4. Now this move has, I'm trying to guess at it, 2 main points. One is to bring the knight to E5 eventually and plunk itself down on that square on F3. The other is to maybe bring the queen over and see what kind of damage you could do on that side. So bishop to B2 is a very natural move. And I might add, in order to bring the knight over, you'd have to play the move F5. So now the question is, will she play this particular move, F5? Well, she's got to give in order to get. And this move, F5, certainly weakens her position somewhat along these diagonals here. So if take simply by Jennifer, now BC6, and Jennifer might say, well, you know, the position is kind of open on this side. Why don't I go for something now with the move B5? So it looks as though that move, F5, might be just a little too ambitious, just a bit. The other move after knight G4, bishop to B2, might be a move like queen to F5. Now, this involves interesting sacrificial ideas, like if takes, for example, takes, will she be able to take this pawn on D6? Well, that would be a tricky line to walk into, letting a queen show up here, a knight show up here, a knight hitting here. So that might be her thinking, to mix it up a little bit against the youngster to see if she makes an error, but she's going to have to watch herself. She doesn't want to make any mistakes going crazy in this line. And Jennifer has indeed played the move bishop to B2 on the board. So let's see what the number 1 player in the tournament had in mind against this move, which was fairly obvious. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. I also just want to bring attention, by the way, in passing, Danya did play the move knight E7, as I thought he would. The game of Kaden Trof and Timur Gariev, what we have is all 16 pawns on the board. So a very, very close position. You might think in your mind's eye that in the knight versus bishop battle, always a very difficult one to properly judge, you might think that this knight on B5 is going to give Kaden an edge because of the closed nature of the position. Think again. I actually like Timur Gariev, and I'm not really too sure myself what Kaden has done that would give him the disadvantage, but given a choice, I'd much prefer black once he gets in the move F7, F5. This bishop on G7 looks buried, but in truth, after F5 with ideas of E4, this bishop could actually become a monster bishop along this long diagonal, whereas there's no... Obviously, these are great outposts for the knights. The C6 square, the E6 square would be a great outpost for the knight. The problem is you can't get them. Can't get the knight to either of those 2 squares. So I do like Timur's position in this game. Going back to that position of Wesley So and Gadakamsky
So it
for a
seems to have
moment.
gotten some queenside expansion.
After this move, H4,
so
bishop
he played
back.
bishop F6, stopping the checkmate, allowing white to snag off that bishop, but really that would just give black a tempo against the queen. So
Exactly.
Kamsky just decided to add a little bit of pressure with knight F4.
Right.
Perhaps you know, keeping an eye on that queen on B7, because of course otherwise you might have to worry about a knight takes E6 tactic in the position.
Precisely. That's Gada has this very nice style, a kind of a smooth style of mixing positional ideas with tactical opportunities. And this move, knight F3 to knight D3 to F4, it sets up for this kinds of sacrifices. Knight
or even
takes
just
E6.
D5, pawn to D5 in some situation, you know, could become an issue.
Right.
Although usually you'd have E5 against that move.
You also got to be careful about b2. But this move, knight f4, really fits in with Gada's style of knight e6. The question that I had, Jen, was that, okay, now how about the move queen e4 if e6 tricks, shall we say, were in the position? Why don't I reinforce the e6 pawn so there's no tactics? And by the way, this kind of gummies things up for white by setting up a pin along the fourth rank. It's not so easy for white to, suddenly do something in the position. Queen e4, by the way.
And if we do play this, right, you're hitting the c2 square, and then I was going to wonder about what happens if we start sacrificing stuff with d5 here.
D5, boy, Jen, you are
sacrificing
an
too
aggressive
much.
lady.
But I'm noticing that you're leaving your knight on d7 hanging. So,
I understand.
So
I understand.
e5 and takes on d5 both seem
very
ill-advised. Yeah.
Well, let's say.
So yeah, let's just go for it. Bishop takes b2. So
bishop b2. So you would take on e6. That looks like
we're having fun now.
A fun move for sure. Oh my goodness, things are really heating up. Now I have to be careful and keep an eye always on these.
Right, so you can't play bishop takes c1 because instead of taking on d7, I will just checkmate you.
Yes, you will. And the highly desirable move, knight e5, attacking your queen, forces you to checkmate me.
So I hate it when I have to checkmate.
You have to do it. You have to do it. So I'm going to recapture, of course. I don't want to lose my knight. And again, just for the moment, there's this, you would love to play a move like knight e6, but there's a pin that you have to deal with.
Right. So still, you're not threatening like takes on c1, but how do I get my rook into the game?
I'm not threatening takes on c1, but I may be threatening taking on a1. Probably maybe you should just play this funny move, rook b1. But again, this is a pawn sacrifice, and things are definitely.
We might end up just taking back, like after bishop f6, we might end up like trading and taking on e6, and even after all this excitement, you just have a nice pawn majority on the queen side.
True that.
So.
Yeah.
Oh, but some interesting
Queen
tactical possibilities, and that's.
Queen e4 was played by Wesley. d4, d5 may get white into trouble, but I think that's a good defensive and offensive move by Wesley So.
And Gada looks like he's shaking his head a little bit there on our camera.
Oh, really?
Not happy with
he didn't like the appearance of Queen. Oh, look at that again. By the way,
he hasn't gotten much for white, huh?
I have to say that in so many U.S. championships that I've watched, I've always admired the extraordinary stoicism of Gada Kamsky at the board. He is one of those players almost ramrod straight, looking at the board imperviously, almost always never showing his emotions, and he's shaking his head like he did some. Yeah, oh yeah, this is not the Gada Kamsky of 2012, 2013, 2014 vintage. This is a different, more playful Gada Kamsky that may not have come with the most professional attitude towards this event, but he does not look like a happy camper at the moment.
No, that beautiful defensive queen, it's just a kind of technique that we've seen a lot of times, but his reaction does seem a bit exaggerated, right? I mean, he must think that his best continuation involves a lot of groveling if he's shaking his head that vigorously. In this position where he's no longer he's not down any material.
Right.
It's not hopeless. It's just, he doesn't have anything.
Well,
right?
He doesn't exude optimism. Let's put it that way. Maurice, what is your take? Is this a different Gada Kamsky for you?
Absolutely, and it's not clear at all why he's acting just so demonstrably. It's incredible seeing his body language in that game. Maybe he felt he had a missed opportunity. Well, one person who will feel like she had a big missed opportunity is young Annie Wang, who had a move that was just beautiful, scintillating, one you would put down as you're proud of when you show to your friends, look what I did here. Take a look at this, guys. She played this beautiful line, the move e5. We saw this move, queen c3, and then knight takes d5, sacrificing her queen. Well, her opponent, not to be outdone, Verkud said, let me sack a piece. Bishop h7 check. I got your queen untapped. I'm going to play this check to try to get my queen out of danger. Annie could have simply accepted this bishop and allowed this tempo-gating move with check. Looks like white has just won a queen with this check, except, wait a second, knight e4, an amazing move. Surprising as it can be, the rook is now attacking the queen, but you might say, wait a second, can I take that with check? Sure, but I just dragged your queen up the board so that I can attack it with the move f5, and now there's a queen hitting this bishop, this pawn is hitting this queen. You can't resolve both situations favorably. For example, if you decide now I want to grab the queen, well, after takes, you're in deep trouble. Your bishop is hanging and your pawn on e3 is hanging, and it's all black in this position. So after the move f5, beautiful idea, knight e4, f5, queen a4, now simply queen to e8, and black is trying to get rid of this piece while getting all the advantages in the position. A knight hitting e3, a rook coming down to c2. By the way, don't get greedy and grab pawns, please, because after rook f7, your queen won't go back home at all with rook a8 coming. So beautiful tactics for her. Unfortunately, she missed them, and now they're in what looks like a slight edge for white. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Now, that was a sparkling series of moves. How about that? King takes h7 and knight e4. Oh, man, the computers can really sometimes make you feel like you're living in a different world. Alien chess, I think it's been called. I've got to go back to the game of Ray Robson because this is it feels like this is the title decider. After the move bishop f1, I thought, okay, knight e4 by black, rook e5, rook e7 were all very plausible moves. Hikaru went for captures, and just plunked his knight on e4. He's obviously he's eyeballing an opportunity here of queen b4, hitting a loose knight as well as a loose rook, and again, eyeballing the square c3. He wants to put a knight there with advantage if he can get that. And Ray Robson, desperate for a win, maybe not so desperate for a win, hoping for a win, may find that he actually stands slightly worse. This knight on e4 looks pretty good, and Hikaru Nakamura doing very well in this very key matchup. As we go to the game that we've been talking about also between Alex Onishchuk and Sam Sevian, Alex just played this move, knight a5, and you might think to yourself, hasn't Alex blundered a pawn? Bishop takes a2. Well, trust me, these savvy veteran grandmasters do not just give away pawn. Before you capture them, like Bobby Fischer did against Boris Spassky, you might want to first ask yourself, what could possibly go wrong?
Although that calculation was a little bit more complex than this one, right?
Perhaps so. But bishop captures a2, while looking plausible, you'd say, what could possibly go wrong? Well, check this out. c3, c4, and after the move c4, there's no bishop returning, and white has ideas as simple as rook a1 or rook a2 in the position. So don't be going grabbing pawns if you're playing against grandmasters. They don't usually hang them. So
hey, you're contradicting yourself, Yasser.
No, I want to grab pawns. I'm just saying, I have an eye out on what it is my opponent is trying to trap me in for.
So let me get it straight. Only grab pawns when it's good, right?
Yes,
okay,
I like that.
Got it.
I like that. Only grab pawns when it's good. So rook c8 was played by Sam, and Alex Onishchuk looking at an opportunity he hopes of increasing an advantage, and it looks like he's going to play the move rook d6, putting pressure on this pawn on c6.
But the only way this game can really go in his favor is if he gets black to reroute his bishop to a8, so he can have the exact echo of the game versus Naroditsky.
I talked to Sam's trainer, Alex Onishchuk, before the game.
You mean Chernin?
Chernin,
yeah.
Alex Chernin, pardon me. Before the game, Chernin, and he said to Sam, listen, I'm your trainer before the game. Please do me one favor. You can lose the game any way you like, 14, 15, 16 different ways. Don't put your bishop on a8 and get it buried, and I'll be very happy as a trainer. I'll look good. Because that game that Onishchuk won against Naroditsky, that would be terrible.
Brutal. And we've got Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with some news on our top board in the championship.
Well, with some thoughts, guys, we're talking about that game between Nakamura and Robson being almost a must-win for Robson. But there are lots of scenarios where Robson does not have to win this game. He just makes sure he doesn't lose the game, that's for sure. Then it's all over. But if he only draws the game, then he will still be 1/2 point behind Nakamura. Now, the problem is this, and a very important game we were just following, that game between Onishchuk and Sevian, is that if Onishchuk wins the game against Sam Sevian, with a draw by Nakamura, he will only be a point behind Nakamura. And guess who he plays in the last round? Of course, he will have the black pieces against Naka. That's never an easy task, but he has won this championship before. So a win by Onishchuk in his game against Sam and a draw on this board between Robson and Nakamura will definitely shake up the championships. Robson would want to win his game against Gureyev, but even there he wouldn't have to win. As long as Onishchuk beats Nakamura, a draw would be fine. It'll be a 3-way tie, a crazy playoff for Monday. Are we looking forward to that? But for now, Robson just has to play good chess and not completely blow his chances at the championships. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. If I could ask a favor of you, because in the game between Conrad Hult and Sam Shanklin, Conrad played this move 15H4. I thought, perhaps wrongfully, that this was all theoretical and that both these players really work very hard. They know the ins and outs of this extremely sharp position. But my goodness, Conrad's really gone in the tank. He's only had he's left himself, I should say, with 18 minutes for the time control along with this 30-second bonus. And it seems to me that both players somehow have stopped in a super highly charged theoretical position. What don't I understand? Is this still theory according to the databases? And why are the players playing so slow?
We'll get an update on that. But you know what intrigues me is that in an earlier game in this tournament, Conrad Hult did a similar thing where he came out
against
of his theory.
Wesley So.
He had seen the game before. I mean, he'd seen that position on the board, but he was double checking his variations because it was for a previous tournament.
Right, the Pan Americans, and he was trying to recall his preparation.
Right, and also make sure there weren't any kind of holes and double check. And perhaps there was an instance where there was a fork in the road and now he's deciding which one to take. So I think that's the kind of thing you see sometimes when it's clear that they've seen the position before, but somehow their preparation didn't go quite far enough for them to be comfortable tossing out the games quickly in the competition itself.
True, but again, think of how much time probably he could have played the first dozen moves, maybe the first 14 moves or so, within 3 minutes or so. He could have even gained time on the clock. Now he's used virtually all of his time. He's down to 18 minutes. That's why I find it a bit confusing.
So we're hearing from Aviv Friedman that Sam Shanklin deviated from the only game where previously H4 was played with Queen to E7. And that is why...
So we go back to this moment. After the move castles by black, 15H4, Queen E7 is the novelty in the position, Queen E7.
And that is why he's starting to think in this position.
But that's a big tank because, again, 16A3, that was the best he could come up with.
40 minutes is definitely a long tank. You got that. Well, we'll take is that right, about 40 minutes? Yeah, that's a lot.
That's a lot.
So Conrad Hult,
you
know what interests me, this idea of motivation. For such elite players, you think, like, why do they need to motivate themselves and have all these psychological tricks to avoid time pressure and to be confident or not to get up from the board and stay focused? And the funny thing is, it's actually more important the stronger you get because the players are all such strong technical strength. The psychological matters are more important.
Yeah, well, it really helps to have a clear head, right?
Yeah.
And to come to the game without any emotional baggage, any worries off the board, and to really come, I want to say, with confidence that you're hungry, that you really, really want to play. One of the things that happens in these types of tournaments is you really get drained.
Exactly.
Okay, you play some really heavy games, and especially for the youngsters like a Jennifer or an Annie, they may really feel like incredibly fatigued, and that hunger no longer is there. That's at the start. We just saw, by the way, a webcam Robocam of Hikaru, where he was like reaching out, hesitating, finally made his move. It looks like he has played queen b4. Hopefully this isn't the tactic that I feared Ray had set himself up for, where a couple of pieces were hanging on the position. Let me just bring that position up on our board, and my goodness, this was the trick I actually feared that Ray would fall into. Hello, remember after knight e4 I was pointing out that there's this trick in the position, queen b4. Tactics, 90% of tactics in my mind are double attacks. We have all kinds of wonderful names for tactics: discover check, overwork, overprotected, double hit forks, and what have you. But basically it comes down to a double attack. So obviously this move, knight e4, set up for queen b4, and Ray,
Queen e3, we have to play queen e3, right?
Bishop d3. And by the way, thank you very much, because I actually had a mental block.
Double defense, double attack by double defense.
I had a mental block because for some reason I just really wanted to resist this move. Really,
you're worried about rook e8 now.
Yeah, I mean,
although
like,
the thing is,
really?
you're not really threatening a discovery attack, because I can play queen. Well, I was going to say I can play
queen takes e8 and
But
checkmate me on the back rank. You, you naughty girl.
But if
Look
you play
what
knight
you're trying
f6,
to do.
you do have such a threat. Okay,
Knight f6,
so,
knight d6. So this just looks like a kind of a
so
traffic
knight
jam.
f6 is a little
Annoying.
threat.
I don't understand what Ray did with this move.
And he did play queen a3, by the way.
Well,
He played queen e3. So now your thought is, what can we do after rook e8?
well, I'm sure Ray probably has a defense like maybe just backing up with his knight, something like this. But again, doesn't it feel as if Black is the one that suddenly sees the initiative in this game, and that Ray has been going back and forth with his bishop, bishop d3, bishop, doesn't inspire confidence. And Hikaru looks like he's playing actually quite quickly. Maurice, has Hikaru gotten an initiative in his game against this crucial title game, we might call it?
I'm with you, Yaz. It looks as though Hikaru is the one who's doing anything, especially with his last move, queen to b4. But after queen e3, rook e8, it turns out, as you said, the simple knight f3, and there are no tactics that bother white. In fact, the engines are giving white the edge in that position. Not much, just a smidgen, but still, after knight to f3, there's really not much for black to do in that position. If you look at it, you see that white's pawn structure is ideal. He has no worries in his pawn structure. It's just the piece activity starting to go in black's favor, with black's pieces better placed all around. So what to do after knight f3? There's really nothing, it seems, that he could do to increase his advantage in any way. The move knight to d6 has been suggested by the engine, but now queen c1, and you still remember, it's black who has the worst pawn structure. So unless he can prove something, a way to improve his game and really apply pressure to white's position, where exactly do you go, however, it's hard to say, then he should be fine as Robson. He just got to keep a level head, because Hikaru's smelling blood. I mean, if he gets a chance to win, it's the title in his hands. Let's go to another game crucial to the standings. On the women's side, this move, it looks like a terrible move, has been played. In this position, after queen f5, we saw this position by Irena Krush when she played knight g4, queen f5, starting to challenge this side of the board, dc6, bc6. Now we have a critical moment in the game. If the move h3, now you have different moves. You can just play knight e5. You could even throw in this little tricky one, queen f3 check. And obviously any trade here, if you try to win this pawn on this square, then you go down in flames to knight h2 check, a nasty fork. However, the young player, she did not play that, did Jennifer. After queen f5, she did trade, and now she played knight a2. Now you just grunt when you see a move like that. It's like, why there? Why would your knight go out on this square? Bishop takes was done, and now knight to e5 is what we're expecting. She hasn't played it as yet, but after knight e5, this knight is hitting that pawn, it's guarding this square, and it's looking at d3 as a monster square. I mean, this position just looks like it's expanded for Black, and the engines are saying Black has a huge edge right now. I don't think Jennifer is going to be happy here. This game looks like we can almost call it in Black's favor unless Irena does something strange. It's definitely looking like her game. The other game is definitely heating up as well. Look at this line. We saw way back after bishop d5, this strange move, queen c7, b4, contentious, cantankerous, bold, knight c6, rook to b1, holding down that side, rook a d8, and now c4, cementing her bishop on the d5 square, and now b6, arguing that this pawn doesn't belong here, and it is now saying the engines are that it's white that has the slight edge here. The bishop is very powerful. She can play a move like knight to f4 and not worry even about this move, because she could just take back and argue, I'm going to be fine on this side as long as I have this anchor bishop on d5. So great games going on right now on the ladies, on the women's side of the championship, and still interesting stuff with Robson and Nakamura, all to play for, with time control. It's going to start rearing its head soon, guys.
Thank you, Maurice. And that game of Irena Krush, 6-time defending champion, it's remarkable how it went wrong just from d3, d4 instead of that move b5. There seems to be some kind of a consequence where Irena's bishop on g7 became very useful, so much so that it ended up being traded off after knight a2. So the difference between Black's extraordinarily important knight on g4 versus this way offside knight on a2 is going to make the difference, and I believe Irena's going to win the game. So based solely on that, as well as the squares that she's got secured on the king side.
If you saw Jennifer Yu on the camera, you can see not happy with her position.
Not
indeed.
happy.
She realizes that she went wrong. She just doesn't know exactly where, but this type of learning experience for her.
Fantastic. It's solid gold.
Exactly. And we are going to go on a quick break here at the 2015 U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's. We will be with more in just a few minutes from this absolutely crucial game in the U.S. Championship, the penultimate round.
Exactly.
I'm Mike Matheny. Whether you play chess for fun or want to boost your child's academic performance, come visit the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. From a welcoming, diverse environment to a scholastic outreach program, now in over 100 schools, our center, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame in the Central West End, has it all. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
Hello and welcome back to the 2015 U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's here in the capital of chess in America. And we've got some news on our top board between Ray Robson and Hikaru Nakamura. This game could be for the title, but in reality it looks like it's going towards Splitsville. What do you think, Yasser?
Yes, when we left it, we thought that after the move Rook E8, that Hikaru might be enjoying a slight edge. Maurice says, no, the correct move, correct defensive move for white is knight f3.
Which you did suggest?
Which the engine said, for some reason they think that white's doing just fine. And after knight d6, queen c1, we've seen this trade of rooks, so it really does look like it's petering out towards a draw. Rook takes e1 if Ray responds with queen takes, knight takes, bishop f5, just a whole lot of trades. It's good, solid grandmaster draw, but on the other hand, no real action to speak of in this game. More action in some of the other boards. Maurice, your thoughts?
As we mentioned, Yaz, if this game ends in a draw, of course, Nakamura will have a half a point lead on Ray Robson, and Ray will be out of his own hands how to win the event, because Nakamura could win out, except he'll have to face off against Alex Onishchuk. And Alex Onishchuk, a point and a half now behind Nakamura, but with a win, with the Nakamura draw and a win by Alex, he'll only be a point behind playing Nakamura tomorrow, and he's up a clean pawn against Sam Sevian. You count him, 5 pawns to 4, easy to count. The engines are definitely liking white's position. Reduced material to be sure, but Onishchuk's technique is great. He's looking to play the move rook to b6. That's going to attack these 2 pawns, and black has to be extremely careful now. No strong pawns in his position whatsoever. He might hope that white has a few weaknesses to deal with himself, but this is looking very good for Onishchuk. On the ladies' side, we see some cemented pieces in the position. First of all, this one here. Look at that knight on d3. You go all the way back to Steinitz. He called it a Steinitz knight. You're talking about the 1880s. They knew back then a knight sitting in your house, in your living room, was not a good thing. And this horse is making hay right now in the position. Very bad game for young Jennifer Yu. And the other game, much more contentious, interesting possibilities here. This bishop is the one that's cemented in the position. Double pawns to be sure, but not so easy to take advantage of this pawn on c5. So white has a little bit of an edge here. And after this move, rook to b8, he could trade and play h3, driving backwards just a little bit. We would say give the edge to white, not nearly as big an edge as Irena Krush has, but both those women seem on a collision course to play the last round against each other and for the title. Guys?
We couldn't
Thanks,
ask for a more
Maurice,
exciting finish, could we?
No,
Wow.
you got lucky. We got lucky. And we've got Grandmaster Ben Feingold, who's been doing a live analysis over at the Kingside Diner. He's with Teryn with some chess tips.
Thank you, Jen. Yes, we are here with Grandmaster Ben Feingold over at the Kingside Diner, and we are going to discuss some scenarios and tactics that are happening in today's games. So we're going to start on this board, and this is the Wesley So game that's going on.
That's right. These are all from today's games, basically about an hour ago or less. These are some things that could happen or did happen. Now, this was very interesting because So took the bishop on g2. Normally, you would recapture. Instead, Kamsky played queen g4, threatening queen takes g7 checkmate. And black actually has 4 ways that look reasonable as defenses, and So chose the best one. What a surprise. He played the move bishop g5, which blockades the queen. The queen can't jump over the bishop. Okay, now one move that was suggested was you could defend the mate with bishop to f8. Now the bishop is protecting the pawn. And white has a brilliant checkmate here, which actually looks pretty cool. It's knight f6 check. The pawn can't take the knight because it's pinned. Black only has one legal move, king h8, and now the 2 knights mate. Okay, and then it's checkmate, but it's a very unusual checkmate because it's 2 knights checkmating the king, and you don't see that very often. Obviously, that wasn't going to happen, but if he had played bishop f8, he would have been mated. He prevented that, and the game still goes on. Maybe in an amateur game, they would have seen that. That would have been pretty funny. So, okay, but not in the U.S. Championship.
Moving on to these boards, we have the Apurva Wang, both 2 different scenarios, but we'll start with this one first.
Right. Now, this was earlier in the game, and this was very interesting because black had just played knight c5, trying for this fork here, knight here attacking the queen and rook. And white just took this pawn, and black had 2 good moves here, like 2 really interesting tactics we could actually use on this show. First one wasn't played, it was g5. And the idea is the bishop isn't pinning the knight anymore, and that's actually very important. If black had played knight b3, forking the rook and queen, white has bishop takes f6, attacking the queen, and after pawn takes, we can escape the fork by playing queen g4 check. Black gets out of check, and white can save her rook. However, black could have prevented that by playing the move g5, and now you can't play bishop takes knight, and black will win the exchange. In fact, Annie played e5, which is also a very good tactic. The queen is defending the bishop on d3. You can't play queen takes pawn because you lose your bishop for nothing. So actually, Annie had 2 good choices here, g5 and e5, and she chose one of them, and they got another interesting tactic later.
Awesome. Let's move on to that one right here.
Right, and this is about 3 moves afterwards. Now, even for a grandmaster, this is a very complicated position because all of the pieces are attacked. The knight's attacking the queen, this knight's attacking the bishop, and this bishop and queen are attacking each other. So this is very sharp. And here, white played a really unusual move that you won't really see in this tournament very often. It was a bishop sacrifice, check. And the reason white sacrificed the bishop, white was hoping after king takes, we would play queen here, check, and we still have the attack on the queen. In fact, this is what black should have done. Now black has a brilliant counterattack. This blocks the check, and now the rook is attacking the queen. The queen takes with check, and now f5. And once again, both queens are attacked, and the computer says that black has the advantage. So all these checks and pins and forks and double attacks, it takes a toll on you at the end of the tournament. You've been playing chess the whole tournament, calculating everything. And now even in the same game, there's different tactical things that happen. So you can expect some mistakes and some brilliant moves. It's really interesting, not only for you at home, but for the players here. We don't know what's going to happen.
Exactly. And, you know, you guys can come over to the Kingside Diner and get more of this instruction and commentary from Ben Feingold and Alejandro Ramirez. They're over here breaking everything down for all of the fans and viewers here at the U.S. Chess Championship. So make sure and come on down. Jen?
Thank you, Teryn and Ben. And we've got some news from Maurice Ashley on Onishchuk's chances to pile through in this game against Sevian.
Well, Onishchuk has won this title before, and he's trying to make a run for it. His chances are not great, but he's still going to make his best effort, and it looks as though this one is about to be over soon, as a matter of fact. Incredibly, he was only up a pawn. I say only, of course, a pawn is a huge deal at this level, but it looks like he's going to go up much more, maybe even as much as a piece if his opponent's not careful. He played the move rook c7, did Sam Sevian, and rook to b6 landed on the board. Now these 2 pawns are under attack, and now the move king d6. That one's a straight howler, guys. This one should lose easily, but it looks as though Onishchuk has played a different way. He's played e5. The move rook to d1, check, was virtually winning, like without question. Why? Because the king could not challenge this rook because of this nasty move, rook to b4, and look at that king. It's suddenly in a straight mating net. It has nowhere to go. The move knight b7 is threatened. How do you protect that square? You're going to give away your exchange, and you don't want to play the move bishop to c8 because suddenly knight to b3, and that king is checkmated. So he missed this idea. Did Onishchuk, incredibly so. He missed rook d1 check. Instead, he simply played e5 check, and it turns out this is also winning. His opponent quickly played king back to e7, realizing that in the middle of the board is no place for a king, and it looks as though now knight c6 check is very playable. That's 2 pawns. That's 2 yummy pawns, and Onishchuk is clearly in the driver's seat here. A win will put some heat on those leaders, and if you take a look at that game between the leaders, you see it's fairly even, so Onishchuk's chances a bit brighter as the games are proceeding here at the championships. Guys?
Amazing, because, Alexander Onishchuk, if he had won that game earlier in the tournament where he was crushing Caden Trove,
You're right.
imagine he would be a real frontrunner to win this championship. Incredible. And he was winning another game, too, but that one, it just seemed like we really thought that it was over.
Right. Still a great result, and his Alex's only loss in the field came against Wesley So, and Wesley played a really, really great game, but at a certain moment, Alex himself said he thought he had equalized, and he relaxed for a split second, and that bishop
and he
b1.
was impressed by Wesley.
Thereafter, but so Onishchuk's big chances. It looks like he's going to win today. That'll propel him to 6 points, and like we've been saying, if Hikaru Nakamura makes a draw, bringing Hikaru to 7, Alex Onishchuk theoretically could ding Hikaru in the last round for a loss, and they'd be tied.
A lot of things have to happen, but it's in the cards, and he's going to be going for it if he wins this game and Nakamura only draws. He's going to know that with the black pieces, he has to win.
I'd like to bring attention to two games very quickly. First of all, going to the Conrad Holt Sam Shanklin game.
Yes, it's
again.
Conrad.
Very, very slow play by Conrad.
Yikes.
He's down to 6 minutes.
6 minutes for 22 moves.
So against Sam Shanklin, who has 42 minutes, very sharp position. All results are possible, but I think that time travel is going to be a key factor in that game. Also in the game, there was another game I wanted to, I think it was Danya Naroditsky. He's played, again, what I thought was really, really clever, savvy defensive chess. He's unraveling. He stands upon to the better against Farouk Kobian. That wasn't the game. A crazy game going on between Caden Trove and Timur Gariev. When we had left it, we had this bishop versus knight situation. I like Black's position very much after f5. Caden came up with a very creative, remarkably creative idea. You don't see this from 16-year-olds. If you gave this position in a puzzle and you said, what would White's idea be? If you guess that White should be playing for the move g3, g4, you're going to get 16 gold stars, because that's a remarkable idea by Caden Trove. He's played f3, h5, king h1, bishop h6, rook g1. Look at this, a3. Caden's idea is if that he can get in g4 and secure the square e4 for his knight, he'd be doing well. Check this out. The game has just gotten completely out of hand. Queen g5, g4, e4, and this whole game is blowing up. What a game going on between Caden Trove and Timur Gariev.
And meanwhile, we've got plenty of action in Wesley So's game. I predicted that Wesley was going to play well today, and it seems like I was right. Got to point out this great tweet from Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson over at Chess24. He says, note to self, don't write notes to self during a chess game.
Good advice.
I love that one. That's a great one. I actually have a friend who wrote a book called Note to Self, and it's about journal writing. So I'm going to have to tell her about this. And we've got Maurice with the scoop on So Kamsky. Is he avenging his premature loss from yesterday?
Not just his loss from yesterday, but all the losses he's had in this tournament. Those first two losses he had against the youngsters, left the bitter taste in his mouth. But he had the third loss. It wasn't like he was doing that great anyway, guys. Before that loss yesterday, he must have been shaken. But somehow he's managed to deal with that forfeit loss and come to show why his name is Wesley So and why he is one of the top 10 players in the world playing against the 5-time champion Gada Kamsky. We saw Gada shaking his head earlier. The reason might be because he wasn't appreciating his knights anymore. These knights are looking very weird, and he could have traded the knight off of the bishop, but guess what? That's too late now. After knight to f8, these two knights look ridiculous. You know, you talk about the superfluous knight. Well, these knights, this one in particular, looks extra. I'd like to just get it off the board. Can we trade knights, please? Let's just pick them up and put them down. Because check out what happens here. Queen d3, he said, we're not trading queens. Knight to g2, trying to get this horsey back to the pasture. No. You're going to stay out there, and we're going to see if we can trap that piece. Takes, and this knight on h5 is in deep trouble. The threat now is g6, winning the knight. When you hear the engine saying, well, you might have to play g4 right now just to save your knight, and by the way, you're Gadakomsky, who's not really thrilled by making moves like this because he's forced to, you know something is probably wrong. So g4, the engines are saying much better for black right now. All of black's pieces very well placed. He can play rook to d8. So Wesley So showing his stuff, coming back after a very difficult set of circumstances. And g4 has, in fact, been played because it was forced to. And now it's all black, guys.
G4, knight G6, in fact, we're up to date thereafter. Thank you for that insight, Maurice. And the clocks are pretty close, but the position on the board, it's very rare for such a fine, smooth positional player like Gadakomsky to have his pieces wrong-footed. That does not happen very often. Normally, I like Gada's silky smooth positional play.
Just like Onishchuk. I mean, and maybe that's something about Wesley So that sets him apart. He's able to get through to these players that are almost unbeatable.
Yeah, at times it feels like, how will you ever beat a Gadakomsky when he's playing well and
with black?
With black, and Wesley is certainly bringing it to the defending U.S. champion, who, by the way, again, same position as Alex Onishchuk, theoretical possibility, but Gada seeing his chances for the title ebb away in this key penultimate round game.
And then we've got some news on that Onishchuk-Sevian game. Is it in the bag?
It's in the bag, and he's taking it home because right now the move king e7 was answered by knight takes on c6 check, king f7, and now knight to d4, a serious centralizing move, and rook to e8. And all he has to do now, guys, is just play gimme pawns. Freebie, because you can't even get one back, because after knight to b5, hitting your rook and also threatening knight d6 check, you'll drop an exchange, 3 pawns up, you got to resign. Guys?
Nice. That's a finishing touch, to be sure. Turning to the game of Ray Robson, our title game, where everything is at stake for Hikaru Nakamura. When we had left it,
I mean, isn't it so awkward? Excuse me, but it's so awkward when your opponent gets up from the board and you're totally losing. Like, what do you do? Like, Onishchuk just got up on the board. It's like Sevian just has to, like, wait if he wants to resign.
you don't want to resign when your opponent's at the board?
Yeah.
Well, resigning is tough, but this is an occasion that calls for it, I'm afraid. 3 pawns is way too much at this level. Knight takes e1 was more or less when we left it with the game between Ray Robson and Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru played c6, c5, expanding his pawn, c2, c3. Still, it all looks pretty safe to me. h7, h6 by Hikaru, just making luft on the back rank, taking over, protecting the g5 square, so we're not going to see any knight g5 ideas. Queen f4 by Ray, getting his queen off the back rank, looks very reasonable. Also, these pawns have potentially a weak bishop c8, e6, protecting the pawn, and this is the position we have. And I'd say, once again, that we're seeing just a very even game, even well-played game, but that's the nature of this whole opening and defense, where I didn't think that Ray was going to get anything out of his opening. Conrad Holt, again, a player who's looks like he's heading towards some serious time trouble. He played this nice move, rook fe1. In this position, especially when you're in time trouble, oftentimes you feel a very strong compulsion to force the action. And
it's over. Onishchuk has won against Sam Sevian, giving himself a mathematical chance to win the U.S. Chess Championship. And fortunately for him, if he keeps the destiny in his own hands, because he plays Nakamura in the last round. Of course, it's a tall order, black against one of the best players in the world, one of the 2 best players in the world, but he has a chance.
Well, for sure, and I think that Alex Onishchuk came to this tournament thinking, look, I'd love to just play well, I'd love to score in the top, be in a medal-like position, but really, as a professional, his goal was to qualify, to get one of those qualification seats, and I do believe that with this win, he's mathematically secured
Gonna lock
that.
it up, indeed, and he also got a chance to scalp one of the most promising young players we've seen in America since Nakamura. And Sevian's only going to get better and better, so do it now.
Yeah, beat them while they're young.
That's
exactly.
right. Nakamura, correction, is actually number 3 in the world right now. As we, day by day, it toggles from 2 to 3.
Exactly.
So we've been talking a lot about how young this championship is. And so we're going to take a look at the graphic to give us a sense of just how strong and youthful these events have been getting.
Well, there you see it on the graph on the right. From the year 2009, more or less, to 2011, the average age of the competitors 35 years old. It looked like it might even be going higher. Then suddenly, and out of the blue, 2011, I mean, the generation stepped up, the young kids stepped up, and that graph just plummets to 25.
And I think a lot of the credit goes to the rise of chess in America, which happened a lot in this very place, the St. Louis Chess Club.
Yeah.
It gives more for the kids to shoot for, more reason to take chess seriously and not move to other activities like they often do in America.
True that, but I also have to give the United States Chess Federation a great deal of credit as well, because basically what has happened over the last 10, 15 years is the United States Chess Federation has put together those Supernational Scholastics Championships, and if you ever get a chance to go to the Supernationals, do it. I mean, it's just so
it's been
much,
the last couple of years,
I mean, in that Eco Center in
Nashville, in the Opera.
Oh,
well, there's going to be the elementary nationals there in just a month, and actually, we broke a record a couple of years ago for the biggest chess tournament in history, not just USCF history.
Wow!
What with the
numbers?
Super Nationals, it was over 5,000.
Over 5,000 competitors, not
exactly.
just parents and coaches, and
tens of thousands, I'm sure.
And that's a big deal, and that evolution of that event, really, you got to give credit to the United States Chess Federation for what it's done, and it's really promoted kids to give them the opportunity to oftentimes fight for trophies that are taller than they are, and it's paid off.
We've actually got the high school nationals going on right now, and that broke a record too. For the not the strongest, it might be the strongest, but the largest numbers in history. But it probably will be one of the strongest considering Akshat Chandra is playing.
Wow.
You don't see that every day, right?
Exactly. So again, a shout out to the Scholastics just booming, and the USCF for that, and we're seeing the impact on the national championships, not just the Open, but for the ladies as well.
And that has a lot to do with those World Youth Teams also.
Also.
And the excellent coaching, and those teams are often supported by Kasparov Chess Foundation and the United States Chess Federation.
As well as the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic.
That's right. That's true.
So shout out to all of those organizations that really should take pride in these competitions and
seeing the short-term results.
Yeah, the short-term. But gosh, Jennifer, I'm thinking what a bright future we have for our teams. It's almost like our Olympic teams. We ought to be able to have like 2 or 3 Olympic teams. Wouldn't it be fun to coach a danger squad?
The only way that can happen is when
we host. I understand.
Yeah, which is often difficult because of visas and such.
I understand.
But we do have a man of the hour who finished his game pretty quickly today. Grandmaster Alexander Onishchuk defeating Sam Sevian unexpectedly quickly. Let's get his thoughts on that game and the tournament and his chances for winning this championship.
Well, someone who has won this title before, Grandmaster Alexander Onishchuk, winning just quickly. First of all, tell us the thoughts about this position, about this game.
He surprised me with his opening line, and I was a little bit prepared. And then what happened? We went to this end game, and then I was really confident.
He was just so much better. He played with F5.
Well,
he played super aggressively.
Once I traded queens against Sam, I knew that I'm a big favorite. So I mean, I won pretty convincingly. Just Sam is my favorite player in this tournament, and it was a little bit sad to beat him, especially in this situation when he really needs to, score as much as he can to qualify for the World Cup. Well, I wish him best of luck tomorrow.
Well, he's 14 years old, and I'm sure he'll be qualifying for a lot of World Cups in the future. But for yourself and the present, you're now half a point behind Nakamura, tied with Robson, just at the moment, just for the moment. We have to wait for a result in their game, which is steering towards a draw. And you get Nakamura tomorrow with the black pieces, needing to win to get the title. What are your thoughts in what looks like a very likely scenario of you're playing to try to not get the title necessarily, but tie so you can play a playoff in the last day?
Yeah, of course I am playing black tomorrow, and Hikaru is a huge favorite. But if I was told before the tournament that I'll be in this situation, I would think that I'm having a good tournament. So I'll just play chess tomorrow, and if he will take some extra risk, I will try to win, of course.
And let me ask you, what's your record against Hikaru? What's been your experience playing with him?
I have a good record against him. I haven't lost a single game against him.
You haven't lost a single game?
No.
Have you beaten him before?
Yeah, a few times. But, I probably beat him last time in 2007 or 8, so it's been
Not
a long
quite
time ago. Yeah,
the current
Hikaru was already good, but not as good as, of course, he became around 2011.
So definitely a good matchup for you, at least in history, maybe not rating-wise. Just quick thoughts on watching Wesley So bounce back now. It looks like he has a really good game against Gadakamsky, especially after yesterday. How difficult do you think it was for him to play today's game?
I think very difficult, and in fact, I think he didn't equalize out of the opening. Maybe I'm wrong, but I really liked Gada's position, and it looks like right now he has outplayed him. So it's a great comeback, of course.
Well, thanks so much for joining us. Quick day for you. Get a chance to rest and prepare for your illustrious opponent. We look forward to seeing your game tomorrow.
Thank you.
Grandmaster Alexander Onishchuk making a run. This guy does triathlon, so we know long tournaments favor him. Guys?
That's right. So you either have to be really, really young or run triathlons. Those are your two options. Keep pace.
Really physically fit. And good luck to Alex tomorrow, because he had a quiet event, not a bad event, not something sterling, but I always think these last 3 rounds, I call them championship rounds, because that's where the players really emerge. And we're seeing the emergence of Alex Onishchuk.
And then we've got Wesley So, who has actually gone up a pawn against Gadakamsky.
Right. We saw that move G4, which did weaken this pawn on H4, but that was a necessary move in order to save the stranded knight on H5. And after the moves Queen H5, Wesley just said, "Thank you very much. Let me snack on that pawn." Bishop takes H4.
Because then F3 and G2 are both under fire.
I think it's important to point out that Wesley declined the opportunity to go into an endgame at pawn up. He could have played the move Queen takes G2, one of these tactics we always like, Knight takes H4, a hit against King and Queen. He would win back the Queen, so he could have gone into this ending 1 pawn up. But Wesley said, "Actually, I prefer the middle game, a pawn ahead."
Well, that airy king, indeed.
Exactly. Bishop takes H4, and now after the move Knight E1, Wesley was very happy. We were talking about Irena's game and an opportunity for Irena to try to establish a knight on F3. Let me show you what I mean. The players have reached this position. Can you imagine what would happen after a move like knight F3, which would be a really bad move? Black would play the move E5, E4. If you move the knight, oops, your queen's caught in the middle of the board. Worse still is if you capture this knight on H4, knight takes H4, and we know how powerful knights are on the F3 square.
A monster knight, indeed.
Monster
this
knight.
is looking really hot for Wesley So. And we've got Maurice with some news from Nemcova Paikidze.
Yes, we know the trade of bishop takes knight is a very important one in chess. You have to time it really well. It looks as though Nemcova has not timed hers quite properly, and she's playing very solidly, but she could have played for a lot more. Look at this position. Right here, her bishop is centralized. It's the pride of her position, if you will. Looks like such a great piece. Maybe she was thinking that this bishop is in the way of this knight that she'd prefer to have on that square. But if you take a look at what she did, she played bishop takes on c6. And now after knight c6, she played queen d6, looking maybe for some sort of ending that she could play for tactically. Her opponent could play this move, queen to b7, and then she could play knight d5. The point here may be to sacrifice, but you can't. This bishop is guarding this diagonal, so queen takes on c6 wouldn't be that great now. And then how do you eject this knight from the c6 square? Now, you might still like her position. She does have a great rook. She does have a great knight. She does have a great queen. Those are positives. But how do you like this position if she had, instead of playing bishop takes c6, had played bishop to h2? Look at that bishop suddenly emerge on the long diagonal, threatening ideas like knight to d3. If her opponent now steps off, let's say queen to b7, well, already rook takes in that position is a blunder. So where could she go? Queen back to c8 maybe? Now she could play all sorts of moves. Ideas like knight h5, discovered attack on this knight. That's all in the position, guys, because after bishop h2, she's looking for this knight d3 move. Lots of play for her. She missed this kind of idea. Bishop h2. Look at those beautiful bishops. All the pressure. She decided to simplify in this position. She still has a smidgen of an edge, and it looks as though that game has indeed ended in a draw between Nakamura and Robson. They will be joining us shortly to explain their thoughts. So this sets up all kinds of delicious possibilities tomorrow, guys. Wow. Great stuff.
Wow. Well, it seemed like from the opening to the final position, the players played a safe game. They didn't want to endanger the result, and a draw in the final position. Let's explain why the players agreed to a draw. After the move, bishop e6, we see b4 by Ray. Very attractive looking move. What Ray wants to do is win the square d4 for his knight by knocking the c5 pawn out of the game. Takes by Hikaru, queen takes, and now this very nice liquidating move, d5, d4 by black. You can't take with the pawn, clearly. Your queen needs to be protected. If you trade, knight takes, bishop takes, 4 versus 4, knight and bishop versus knight and bishop. This is a very safe, easy draw. So, draw for Ray, maybe a little bit of a disappointment, maybe a bit of a relief as well, because he still has a shot at a championship tomorrow if Hikaru does not win with white. We'll be setting up all those kinds of possibilities later.
And Robson, of course, will need to win tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, even then, mathematically, if Hikaru loses, he could draw. But I think this is too wishful. He's going to have to play for the win tomorrow.
Exactly. Crazy game going on with Conrad Holt and Sam Shanklin.
Which is going to come down to the time pressure, so we'll have to keep an eye on that.
That's going to be key. Looking at Caden Troth's game, where are you, Caden? I think here we go. Still crazy things happening in this game between Timur Gariev and Caden. Maurice, you have some thoughts to share.
Just a quick one. In a game that featured an outside chance on the part of Rusudan Gulatiani. It had to have been some crazy mathematics and things to happen for her to have a chance at possibly creating a tie and have a playoff after tomorrow. That it would have required, for example, Irena Krush losing. It would have also required that Nemcova would lose, and then a few draws after that. So definitely was very slim. Now it's gone from slim to looking like zero, because she is about to lose to Tatev Abrahamian. This big buildup Tatev has created. We know that Tatev loves to attack, and she was considered one of the favorites to win this tournament going into the competition. She lost her first 2 games. She's come back since, had another hiccup in the game, but not in this one. She's totally in the driver's seat. We see these 3 pieces aimed straight down the line. The G6 pawn's about to fall. All of Black's pieces not really doing much at all, so we predict a win in that game with Tatev, completely ruining Gulatiani's chances of having a chance to win the championship. Guys?
How cruel it is. And going to defending champion Irena Krush, we've liked her position ever since we saw this monster knight appearing on d3, but apparently Irena wasn't completely satisfied with the knight on d3. She's played knight e5, and knight down to f3, and look what she's done. Knight g4. So she's setting up for our standard thematic checkmating patterns that we all learn. You put your queen on h3, you put your knight on f3, you checkmate on h2. That's how that one goes. King h1 was played by Jennifer Yu, and again, this looks like a game that's all Irena, but so far, Irena hasn't won any material, so you got to say Jennifer's doing her best in what, to my mind, is a very, very difficult position for her to save.
I think she's going to go down in this game, I believe.
I do too. I believe that is to be the case. Going to Kate's game, just a quick, before we go to our guest in the field, guest in the studio, I beg your pardon. I'm with Maurice on this one. I just don't like the way that Kate handled her advantage. Now these majority on the queen side not giving white the kind of opportunities that she had earlier, and Naji has defended extremely well. Kate better be careful. This could easily go south.
And we've got a Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura leading the tournament, and he's going to talk to us in just a minute about, yes, and there he is. He's with Maurice Ashley right now.
With the leader of the tournament still half a point clear is Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru, today's game didn't seem like your opponent decided to offer you any chances to fight for the win.
Well, okay. I mean, that's one way of putting it. I think it actually goes the other way. I mean, I was black and I played e5. If I wanted to try and win, I wouldn't have played e5. And I mean, I spent most of my time trying to come up with something else, and then at the last minute, I thought it was too risky, and I decided to play e5. And okay, I mean, Ray doesn't normally play the four knights. Fortunately, growing up, I played it a lot, so I'm fairly familiar with the structures. And I think it was just more or less equal the whole way through. I mean, maybe Ray was slightly better towards the end, but I think it was very symbolic. As long as I get in the c4 break, which I'm going to get in at some point, I mean, it should look, can't think of the right word, but it should simplify to a draw, probably.
So now you're leading the tournament and you're playing against someone who you've had experiences with before. Onishchuk told us that he's actually never lost to you in competition before. Of course, the last time he beat you was way back when you're in 2007. I think
was
he
it
mentioned
U.S. Championship?
2008.
I think it was the U.S. Championship in Stillwater.
Was it the U.S. Championship?
Yeah,
as
I think
well?
it was in Stillwater. Yeah.
So,
many years ago.
what are your thoughts about playing him tomorrow?
Well, I mean, I'm leading the tournament and I'm white, so certainly I like my chances. I mean, I'm just going to try and play well. I think it's been a very up and down tournament. I've played well in a couple of games, and I've played very badly in some other games. So it's just been really mixed results. But I'm still leading, so certainly I can't complain. And as for tomorrow, well, probably much like today, I'll try and do something fairly simple and not lose my mind.
Speaking of it, it seems that Robson will have to go crazy tomorrow because he has to defeat Gareev.
Well, I think you have that wrong. I mean, I think he's going to get a crazy game no matter what.
Well, this might be true. Point well taken. So if he wins his game, then it's back to, and you only draw, then it's back to you and him again in the playoffs.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to worry about that. I mean, I'm better than anyone in the world at Rapid and Blitz, except for maybe one other person, and everyone knows who that other person is.
Okay,
So.
well, Magnus Carlsen is not playing for the U.S. Championship as yet that we could figure out. So I guess you think going into the last day, that would be some good chances for you.
Yeah, I mean, I like my chances, whether I win, whether I draw, just not a loss. I mean, that's what I'm going to try to avoid tomorrow, certainly. But like I said, I mean, I feel like I've been playing forever at this point, so I'm not too concerned. I've been a million playoffs, I mean, Blitz, Rapid, whatever you name it. So I'm not concerned. I'm just going to do my thing, and hopefully it's enough.
All right, well, we expect to see your thing tomorrow, and good luck in that last game.
Thank you, Maurice.
The leader of the tournament, Hikaru Nakamura, as he said, best in the world in Blitz and Rapid, and the guy he's worried about ain't here. So, back to you.
Good point. Very good point indeed. And exciting final rounds tomorrow, not only in the open section, of course, but also in the women's. A lot is writing on the outcome of the games in the ladies section today. I just wanted to say that Wesley, it looks to me that Wesley, after his move rook on A8 to D8, I don't see compensation anywhere in the position for white.
I think to the contrary, black actually has compensation for being up a pawn.
Exactly, compensation and advantages to go with his extra pawn. So things looking very good for Wesley as he tries to make a comeback into the tournament. Again, we knew that this game between Sam Shanklin and Conrad Holt was going to be a crazy game, likely decided by time trouble. We haven't been paying too much attention, but things have really exploded in this game. Check out this queen sacrifice, knight takes, and it looks like Conrad Holt down to 4 minutes, Sam Shanklin down to 23 as Sam tries to grab as much material as he can for the queen. This looks wild, actually.
It looks like it might be good for the rooks, right? I mean, there's not a lot of open files against the king.
I'm not 100% sure. Check it out.
Where do you want to?
Let's say I start with this move.
Maybe you don't want to take back. Okay.
Yeah, and then you capture the rook. Now I have to think.
Yeah, exactly. Do you have an in-between move here?
Right. This bishop
like
E5.
Like Queen H5 or
Queen H5, rook H8.
You have rook H8, bishop E5, F6.
Queen takes. That looks like it might lead to a dead end, but a key move here has to be G6 takes F7, because then I secure the square for the bishop. If I can get in Queen H5, bishop E5, this would go in White's favor, but a sharp position for sure.
And you might want a little bit more than 4 minutes to calculate it all, but
of course.
Conrad, known for his calculations, and we've got Grandmaster Ray Robson still in the hunt for the U.S. Championship after today's draw against the #3 player in the world, Hikaru Nakamura.
Thanks, Jen. Well, Ray Robson is having a wonderful tournament so far. Just one hiccup, but playing like a world beater right now. Although in today's game, Ray, you couldn't get through the #3 player in the world. Give us your thoughts about this opening, which really was fairly tepid.
Well, obviously I was expecting him to probably try to play the Berlin. He's in the lead, and tomorrow he'll be white. So for him, a draw would be a very solid result. So I played the 4 knights, and I played this line with H3, which I'm sure was a complete surprise for Hikaru because I'd never played it before, and I mean, I didn't even know I was going to play it until last night. So, you know, I tried to get a playable position where I could try to get a slight edge with minimal risk, and I think that's what happened. I may have had a small advantage at some point, but, you know, obviously Hikaru stayed very, very solid and, you know, wasn't able to prove anything real.
Well, with the situation now, you're half a point behind him. Onishchuk is half a point behind that, and Onishchuk is obviously going to look to defeat him tomorrow. What are your thoughts going into tomorrow's game against Gareev? You feel like you have your destiny in your hand? You have to win tomorrow?
Well, for me to try to get first, I probably have to win. I know Alex is playing Hikaru tomorrow, and so hopefully Alex can hold him, which is not impossible. Alex is one of the most solid players in the world. So Timur, with him, anything is possible. He could play any moves at any point. But
how will you prepare for that?
Well, I'll prepare for the lines he's played, but I think most of the fight will just come during the game, and I just have to be prepared to try my best, try to play for a win. I'm sure Timur will also play for a win, so hopefully we'll have an exciting game, and if I can get some chances, anything is possible.
Well, we wish you luck, get your rest, and go for a big fight tomorrow.
Thank you.
Grandmaster Ray Robson playing for the potential title here on the line in tomorrow's game. Guys?
Too much excitement. This is so cool. I wish Ray all the best as he looks to continue a very successful campaign in the 2015 U.S. Championship. He's looking for his first title, I believe. Ray's played a number six times in the U.S. Championships, but he's never won it.
Oh, he's never won it, yeah.
Right, yeah. That's what I meant. Yeah, he hasn't won it. So
but he has defeated records of Hikaru Nakamura in the past. Both in he actually defeated his grandmaster. That was the most impressive one. He defeated Nakamura's title, which he took from Bobby Fischer for being the youngest player to make grandmaster in America, which has subsequently been broken by Sam Sevian.
Exactly. But the other thing, I noticed that Aviv Friedman had sent me a note to say that in 2007, Ray also beat Hikaru's record as the youngest U.S. IM elect by 1 month. So it seems like Ray has bested Hikaru's record a couple of times, ironically.
And now they're facing each other.
Well, now they're playing for first. And again, of course, Hikaru having destiny in his hands and also with the white pieces.
News on our U.S. Women's Chess Championship from Maurice Ashley.
Well, important trends going on in the games between the top players on the women's side or in the women's side of the championship. And Irena Krush has not played her best chess. She's not going to be proud of her last few moves. In this position, we saw this knight plunk itself down on f3. We had a queen on f5, a rook on f6. Beautiful position for her. Now, with just a little bit more boldness, she could have increased her advantage quite dramatically with the move g5. Well, some might argue it's impossible to increase your advantage because if you already got it, then you should just be maintaining it. But you know what I mean. She gets some activity with the move rook to h6, and that would have been almost all she wrote. Such a strong idea that her opponent would have been in serious trouble, the initiative just growing and growing and growing. Instead, she decided to play a bit more solid move, knight to g5, still with the edge, and after king to h1, she tried queen h3. Now, knight f3 was what the engine said, repeat position, but after queen h3, queen back to f1, and now the engines are saying, wait a minute, what did you do? You might have messed this up, giving away a big piece of the advantage. Now, b5 would have been the moment. Such a great move to at least get some activity, b5, and the position is slightly better for black according to the engines. That just looks so logical to have both rooks there, but her opponent decided to play knight c3 first, get the knight on c3. That's a little bit worse of a move. And b5 was well timed, but still the advantage that Irena had before has not progressed as naturally as one would have expected, and she has to look around again. The only issue, though, is that Jennifer has only 4 minutes on the clock, 4 minutes, 4 seconds. Irena with 22 minutes and 56 seconds. They have 9 moves to make in that position. Let's see how that one goes. In the other side, the ladies here in this game, Karina and Paikidze. Karina did not handle this well. We talked about those trades. We've seen further trades of rooks, and now she's offering a trade of queens in this position. No need for that because, of course, she'd get 2 passed pawns. But a move like bishop to g3 would insist, I'm not in any trouble here. Your knight's under attack. If you back it up, I'm chasing it again. It looks as though Paikidze is just fine. The engines are saying triple zeros. So Karina with that move, it was bishop takes c6 is the one she's going to regret. Not the best move in the position, and it looks like that's going to be a draw. And if it is a draw in this game, of course, there's a lot of fight left. If it is a draw and Irena doesn't win her game, which seems kind of crazy, then those 2 players would be tied going into the last round, needing, well, anything could happen, as a matter of fact, a draw or a win for one side, but the championship would absolutely be on the line on the women's side of the championships. Guys?
Maurice, thank you for that. But I also, before you go, do take another look at that game of Irena for a quick second, because I'm not convinced that this whole maneuver by Irena didn't just cost her a whole lot of time. She's just played the move knight f3. You were talking about the move b4, b5 as being white's obvious break in the position. Could white possibly seize the initiative, which would be shocking to each and everybody? To everybody watching our broadcast, could Jennifer turn the tables in this game?
She has to be a little bit watchful because that move g5 is currently lurking in the position. If you just go right ahead steamroll with this move b5, suddenly g5 appears and you're thinking, uh-oh, what happened here? Because a rook is going to land on h6. These tactics will not be enough to deal with a mate. This is mate sitting on this side of the board. So she has to worry about the move g5. The right move for her here apparently is h3. Get the queen back first, and then you also guard this square, so that's not a big worry. So now after queen to e6, the engines are now saying b5 is possible, and now g5 can be met by maybe knight to e2, with the knight headed to g1 maybe. Let's see this line a little bit further. Yes, indeed, knight to g1, and this move will hold the position because any trade here, king takes, is possible. You might get the h3 pawn, but look at all the action going on the other side. The g pawn is also going to be hanging if a rook appears on b5, so the whole game has changed dramatically. She needs to find the move h3. Just as I said, she needs to find h3. She has played the move b5, and if Irena finds g5 right now, the game is going to be over. guys?
Wow. Okay, big development while you were talking. Again, that move b5 looks so very compelling until you realize that g5, rook and h6, I am going to checkmate you on the h2 square. That was why the necessity of h2, h3 was so very clear. Thank you for that, Maurice. And again, in the game between Kate, big developments. If Irena does win her game, Kate only draws. That means with white.
It just means that Irena has to draw with white to win the championship.
Exactly.
And Katerina will be under the gun trying to win with the black pieces.
A big ask against the 6-time U.S. champion. So big rounds being set up tomorrow. Well, we couldn't have asked for a better finish. When you know, it's the strangest thing. Whenever you see these pairings, these random pairings take place at the opening ceremony, you never know, will we see the winners playing each other in the last round? I think we've gotten pretty lucky in the last few U.S. championships where we have seen those key matchups, ironically enough, happening in the last round. So we're getting very lucky in the 2015 U.S. championships.
So we'll keep an eye on that as we watch whether Irena finds this move g5. Meanwhile, that crazy game between Conrad Holt and Shankler that we were just starting to look at, how's that shaping up?
Well, the line that you guys mentioned is now on the board, and it's very exciting. Crazy position. The knight took on d1. Remember, we were in this position after queen e2. Knight takes d1. Do you take the knight back, or do your instincts, I know your spidey sense went off there, Yaz, and said, maybe there's an attacking line here if I take on f7. And that's exactly what Holt did in this position. He took, and after knight c3, queen h5, and suddenly clouds are gathering over the black king position. Of course, this bishop plans to land on e5. Meantime, these two pieces are spectators. The bishop on b7, the rook on c8, with bishop e5 coming in the position. Rook takes f7 is the most natural move here, but that allows this move. Queen takes on g5, and black better tread carefully because you don't want this bishop to appear in the game with too much power, but you have to allow this idea. Take a look at this march that he has to allow. Crazy line. Necessary, according to the computer, king takes d6. And it looks as though Shanklin has played a totally different move. He's played after, let's jump back to the game, queen to h5. Let me just get the position on the board. Queen to h5 here. He played knight to e2 check instead, giving away this piece. But now white is happy because white's going to go back to the h5 square. White's just going to go back there and play bishop e5. What's he to do? Maybe king to g6 is the move. Queen here, and then rook takes f7, but that's going to drop this pawn on e6. Actually, the engines are even screaming for bishop h4. Whoa. Looks like Shanklin has gotten himself in much more trouble, and he was not the one in time pressure. He had a lot more time than his opponent did, and now he has to defend against this attack by, and actually he did play for this line, did Conrad Holt. The queen is on g4 right now as we speak, and Shanklin realizes that he is in trouble in this wild game here at the championship.
Thank you, Maurice.
So despite the time pressure, Conrad Holt looking like he's navigated the complications quite well.
You know, one of the ironic things about these championships, probably I'm being more influenced by Ray Robson than anybody else in making this comment. It seems to me that the guys who's getting in time trouble are successfully navigating their time pressure and doing incredibly well. It's almost as if, you know, once they get into time pressure, they play better and better.
So get into lots of time pressure, guys.
Something weird like that. So let me get an update on this game, by the way. As Marie said, knight e2 check was played by Sam Shanklin. That was captured. And when queen g4 appeared, my first thought, in fact, my only thought was, boy, queen takes e6 is a real threat. And then suddenly, I think Sam, for the first time, noticed the same tactic that Maurice pointed out, that bishop h4 is a real problem. And he took some time to play rook takes f7, but queen takes e6 is fine, but bishop h4 looks a lot more frightening. And I think that if Conrad Holt does find the move bishop h4, although he's only got 2.5 minutes, that's going to give him a considerable advantage. And maybe Sam Shanklin's, there we go, he found it.
And he's played bishop to h4 with just a couple minutes left on his clock.
Exactly, and Sam nearly grimaced when he saw that move because he realizes whatever defense he had in mind, he suddenly has a new real problem, and that is the queen and bishop are trying to hunt his king. Maurice pointed out the bishop on b7, way out of the game, the rook on c8, two passive spectators as his king comes under pretty strong attack. Oh dear, Sam Shanklin in trouble, and Sam had just fought his way back up to 50%, was getting himself in a tournament groove, and this would be a big setback for his chances of trying to qualify for the FIDE knockout, world knockout.
And now Wesley So's game against Gadakamsky,
Yes.
his advantage seems to continue to increase here.
All right.
So he's played this move queen d5, and it looks like we've just got such great harmony and beautiful piece placement for black here. That rook on a1.
Not impressing anybody.
I mean, the pawn on a2 isn't take. We have total control over the d file.
Yeah, it looks very, very good for Wesley So. Let's see
dominant position.
When we left it around these parts where this very nice move by rook d8, by Wesley, queen b5. That's an awkward move. Suddenly, Gada has to keep an eye over the e2 square getting into his camp. Rook takes, queen c2, so the queen had to step back. Queen d5. Very nice play by Wesley. Queen e2 by Gadakamsky. And Gada in real trouble should Wesley simply find a nice little retreating move. I like this move, bishop g5, a lot. Keeping an eye over this f4 square. On a very good day, you get to play e5, e4, and knight e5, and that's all she wrote.
And look at White's knights. I mean, they just seem
make a very
so
bad
ineffectual.
Very, very bad impression. I think Wesley is doing incredibly good, and again, the head shake by Gada, he's not happy. Maurice, your thoughts?
Well, that game is definitely tough for Gada, but an even tougher game is the game that Nemcova is in because she has just blundered. Her fans will have to be scratching their heads at this moment. She had such a good position, and here her opponent, who's been playing quite well in most of the games in the tournament, she had a couple of so-called lucky games, but Nazi Paikidze pressing on each and every move. Now she's played queen to e1 with the idea of bishop to f2. The move that had to be played here was knight d4. Best move, no question about it. She would have been able to bring her knight back to f3 with no worry. Instead, she made a pseudo-attacking move. She played knight to d6 instead, and now the angels are saying after knight to e5, she is in deep trouble. This knight stopping the f7 pawn. The threat is still back to this move, bishop to f2, and it's not easy to guard. If you play a move like queen to d4, then suddenly this surprising shot, knight to d3, and the engines are saying mate in 8. Mate. Check this out. If you touch that knight, bishop f2, and you're just in trouble, you can't stop what's coming at you. Big problems now for White here in this game, and knight e5 has been played, so Paikidze in complete control of this game. Knight e5, she is almost winning right now, and bad news for Nemcova, Krush did find the move g5, and she is totally winning on her board. Guys?
Wow, so that eagerly anticipated matchup between Kate and Irena just got flipped, let's put it that way, turned upside down. Irena going to win. Let me bring her game, Irena's game, up on my board if I can find it. Where are you, Irena?
And here she is right here on camera.
Yes, here she is right here on camera. Let's go back for a moment. So this was the crucial moment where h2, h3 was
necessary.
A key critical move. She played the seductive looking move b5, and I must admit I also would have thought that b5, but this move g5 comes with such force.
And
rook
now it's
h6,
too late for h3.
And now it's too late for h3
So we
because
have rook h6, yeah.
So takes by Jennifer Yu. She's looking at rook takes b2. Do we have rook takes b2? I'm I'm guessing that Jennifer's hoping that this A pawn, that she's going to try to meet the move Rook H6 with some sacrifice with Queen G2, but I just don't think that this is working at all. In fact, there's even a possibility that Irena could play Queen H5, and it seems like Kate. Very, very serious. Maurice, you have some update on what's happening in the ladies' game on first board?
Well, while Irena is winning her game, Kate is down to what looks like 7 seconds. 6 seconds. We have the time here. Her time is ticking down. She has to make a move, and she has finally moved. She played queen to A8 check, and this is not going to help her. After king to G7, she's going to be in the same situation again with only she's at 25 seconds left and ticking down, but there are no moves now. The engines are going crazy, saying that black is simply winning cold. Nothing to do, as she's going to go down in this game. There we see actually that she has played knight to E8 with check, and all black has to do now to win the game is play king to H6, get the king out of danger, and the engines are screaming mate in 12 will be unstoppable. Just saying that. And she has played the killer blow. Now the checks are done, and the big threat of bishop F2 is hanging over her head. What to do about it? Nothing at all. With only 30 seconds left, guys, she's just busted. We should keep it right here as her time ticks down. An incredible situation considering how she was smoothly running through this event. But Paikidze has not lost a single game and is showing that she's a force. First time in the championships. What a debut.
That's right, and Nazi actually has a chance to win the title, because if Irena were to lose tomorrow and Nazi were to win, there would become a three-way tie for first place. So maintaining a mathematical chance of winning, of course, very long shot, but really impressive.
Oh, without question, Nazi. It was the game she did not lose against Tatev. That really put the wind in her sails. I mean, you know, in every you say you have to be lucky to win events. Oftentimes you make your own luck. Sometimes luck is just handed to you. In that particular case, by Tatev not winning that game, really, really helped Nazi, and she played a pretty good game today. It was her opponent who missed opportunities, but ever since she got her chance, she's done really, really well. So I'm very impressed with her debut, as you say. Undefeated, and Kate, who was, you know, sailing, and now it's Nazi. No losses. Very impressive.
And of course, a win against a tournament leader and the only grandmaster in the field, Irena Krush.
Wow. And
a couple of things, guys. Some fascinating stuff going on. Mm-hmm. This game is just about over, but we're going to look at a great line in that game. But we need to look at what's happening in Irena Krush's game, because take a look. She's about to get a mate on the board, or our opponent will have to resign. This combination we know very well, rook, knight, and pawn cementing here. That's why you hate having a knight in your house this way, because after these moves, it's going to be mate just by force. Nothing to do about this march. These pawns and rook just create beautiful harmony. This is a mating attack with a reduced army. This is probably how they used to mate in the days before queens could move like queens. Mm-hmm. This mate, very powerful one, and she's on her way to doing that. She's just played rook G1 check. After king H3, all she has to do is find the move H5, which we're pretty sure she will do. The other game, knight F6, has been played. Take a look at this fancy line in this variation. After knight F6, bishop F2, fearless, will win the game. Why? Because after this check, king up the board, white is running out of checks. This move H4 can be coolly answered by king to F4, and now queen H6 check. King G3. It's not every day you march your king right down the board to your opponent's camp and threaten mate on G1. This check does nothing because of knight to G4, and that's it. Game over. A beautiful finish. If she could get her king to G3, a game she will remember for some time to come. It looks as though she's got a clear win in her game. Guys?
Very picturesque finish for sure. That king on G3 makes a pretty nice impression. So really huge development on this game of Kate and Nazi. Whew.
What a round.
What a round. I'm just holding my breath. I see that in the game between Tatev and Rusa, it looks like Tatev has just broken through with this killer blow. H5 takes G6. Oh my gosh!
And we've got
avert
that's
your
just
eyes.
over.
Yeah,
Yes.
avert
And
your eyes on
meanwhile,
that one.
Meanwhile, we have two friends, but going at it in this game. And meanwhile, Katerina, I think, is on the clock again. And remember, she's just playing on increment. So that game.
Yeah, but it's not just the clock, it's the position she's lost. And as our chess silicon friends are telling us, it's a forced mate in the position. Even with best play, all white can do is get in a few spike checks before Kate will unfortunately lose her first game of these championships, and doing it in the championship rounds, that's the tough part.
That's going to be hard for her tomorrow. She's going to really have to get her mind reset for tomorrow's game, because she still doesn't have a chance, and you got to take a chance that you get.
Yeah, it could be an epic setup. You know, it's happened to me a lot. Where
5, 4,
and there we go,
and
just in time. But King.
But it's not as bad to go down to your last seconds when you're lost, right? Unlike the time that Robson did it.
Oh,
that was worse.
Yeah, King F4, and as Marie shows, easy win there for Naji. And by the way, it looks on my board that Irena Krush has played the move H7, H5, forcing a checkmate in her game. It looks like her opponent has resigned. Hard to say from my position, but for sure it's just stone cold mate on the board. So Irena Krush, 6-time defending champion, making a fantastic comeback after a sluggish start to really put her stamp once again on her U.S. Women's Chess Championship title.
And we see that Nemcova is continuing to make these spike checks, as we call them, but she's running out.
She's running out of spike checks as well as
There's
time.
a limit to them.
Yes. All right, and we haven't seen, if we could just go back to that game of Conrad Holt, Sam Shanklin.
Yes, because that was very
pretty
exciting, and also with a very big time deficit for Conrad, despite his lovely position.
When we had left it, he just found this fantastic move, Bishop H4, eschewing the capture of the pawn on E6. Sam Shanklin.
And we have a handshake. Irena Krush has defeated Jennifer Yu and will be in the clear lead of the U.S. Women's Championship by a full point.
Impressive performance by Irena. Really, you know, she made it look easy, or maybe not so easy. She made it difficult for herself, but you just have to admire the fact that year after year after year, with this big bullseye target on her back, she keeps performing. And any top professional athlete will tell you that's some of the hardest thing in the world to do, is being such a consistently good performer. Bishop H4 by Conrad, Queen takes G5, check. Everything's going very nicely suddenly for white, picking up pawns with check all over the board. Bishop E7, that looks like a pretty nice tempo against the rook on F8. Sam Shanklin in real trouble, despite the fact that his opponent had virtually no time playing on increment. So it looks like Conrad Holt, is going to be lassoing the point in that one.
Lassoing. And meanwhile, Wesley So's position just keeps getting better and better. But meanwhile, Maurice with an update on Golodziani's game.
Well, this game we were counting as just busted, but it absolutely is not. In fact, Abrahamian has made a serious mistake that has allowed her opponent back in the game, which it seems insane. The move knight f3 was played here. The move she had that instead would have been much better was the move bishop to h4. That would have been even more crushing. But you can't blame her for knight f3. That looks pretty good, except when the move d4 appears on the board, and suddenly this bishop is in the game. Knight g5 check, king back to h8, and now knight takes f7 check, and it looks as though this is yummy. I mean, you got to be winning now. As a matter of fact, it is winning even up to this point, but now for some reason this trade was made in this position. Again, bishop h4 is being asked for, takes, bishop h4, but now the move knight to d5, and unless the engines are going crazy, they're saying that this position is just a little bit better for white, a little bit. Amazingly so. You can't push this pawn. Pushing here will not allow you to go anywhere after rook to g7, although bishop f6 looks quite attractive here. this trade is playable. And after takes, now suddenly you can sacrifice stuff and take this back here. And look, it's a rook and pawn ending. Who's happy with this position? It looks like nothing. So after bishop to h4, knight d5 was played, has been found. This is a picturesque position. Bishop f6 check, knight takes, pawn takes. The problem, though, is that this rook has to drop. Man, look at those 3 pawns. You'd have to think that you're winning with 3 pawns looking like this. After king takes, though, rook to f8, and the pawns come under duress immediately. The f6 pawn looks like it's about to drop, and if you were to advance it, then suddenly black could just kill this one, then take this one off, and again, it looks like a rook and pawn ending. So it seems as though Tatev has definitely blown this position. She had a clean win several times. Now she's got to be pretty disgusted with herself. Guys?
Gosh, that just looks like such a visual win that I had discounted her chances at all in that match. What a remarkable turnaround that is. Let me just jump into the game of Gada Kamsky and Wesley So. Are the ladies playing?
Oh no, the Gada Kamsky Wesley So game. I mean, So just seems to be completely dominating here.
Okay, I was just going to say we left it at Queen D5, and it looked like Gada was just being very nicely outplayed indeed. Queen E2, Queen D2. Wesley just keeps increasing his advantage in subtle but meaningful ways. Knight C2, Bishop G5, a move that I had been angling for some time. Knight E3, yikes, Bishop takes, F takes E3, Knight H4, and Wesley So looking very, very good in this game. Maurice.
Guys, just want to get the camera on the game between Paikidze and Nemcova because that game is about to be over. She made a king march, did Paikidze, that just looks picturesque. I mean, when you get to make these king moves, she didn't get a chance to put her king on G3, which would have been far bolder, but still, a king on D3, a black king, you would think that no way in the world, but look at that. Now, they're past the time control. She has a lot of time on her clock, does Kate, to take a look at this position and think, what a mess. I had such a great chance, but now there are no more checks at all. She will have to resign this game and be a point behind, something we would not have imagined just a couple of rounds ago, a point behind in these championships, having to face off against a 6-time champion in the last round.
Thank you, Maurice. What a disheartening turnaround for Kate, because again, it seemed basically for round 2 onwards, Kate had firmly taken the pole position and looked almost invincible until today. She came and, well, just at certain key moments missed crucial moves, and it looks like she will lose to Naji.
That's right, and playing great also in the beginning, but obviously like stumbling today. Meanwhile,
she has resigned. She saw
if you want to go back to that Naroditsky game, it looks like things have kind of turned around, and Varuzha Nakovian might be on the way.
Oops, I got the wrong game. I beg your pardon.
You picked every game
except
that game.
Where are we? Are we? No, that's.
There we are, right there. That one. You just had it. There we go. Okay.
Wonderful. All right.
Yikes.
So I liked what Daniel Naroditsky had been doing for quite some time. In fact, we left it around these parts. By the way, he did, Vard played your move, Bishop H4, and asked me what I would do. I said, well, just play F6. That was played. And A5, I'm not 100% sure I like that move, but A5, all of these moves were played. Still looks, ooh, wow, that's quite a shock.
And there we have the official result. Karina Nemcova has resigned, and that brings Nazi Paikidze to the same score as Katerina.
Exactly.
So both of them with 7 points after this victory by Katerina.
Wow.
And that sets up Irena Krush, who's with us right now in studio. And now she's going to be leading the women's championship by a full point.
With Irena Krush after a crushing victory against the young Jennifer Yu. Irena, you're in a great position now, sort of an expected position for most players. This game today was more or less kind of simple for you.
Yeah, overall, it was a straightforward game. You know, my opponent made some strategic decisions throughout the game that weren't the best. I mean, my coach told me, just equalize and then she will surprise you. That was exactly what happened because I could not guess some of these moves. Of course, like starting from the move E3, which allows a trade of 2 pieces, including the very important English bishop, the fianchettoed English bishop on G2, which I think already gives black, a comfortable position, not better, but comfortable. And then with the move D4, given that white had very weak light squares and a dark squared bishop on the board, to put the pawns on the dark squares was a bit suspect. And then D5, allowing me to push through E4 and just get control over the key squares on D3 and F3. So after that, black just had to play accurately to win, and I didn't actually play accurately. I think I played pretty terribly.
There was a moment she could have played H3 but instead of letting you play G5 right away.
Of course, H3 was the key move.
And push you back.
Yeah, she had to take control over the light squares. So I really, at some point, like once I got the winning position, I didn't play very precisely at all. Definitely let my opponent come back. But yes, on move 32, when I got that chance finally to play G5, I just calculated out until the mate, and I was like, okay, well, I see the mate, and it's quite pretty with the rook, knight, and pawns.
Very nice mate. Now you're in the lead by a full point going into the last round against Karina Nemcova, and Karina lost her game today. She had been playing extremely well. People were thinking that was going to be a big matchup. It still is a big matchup. Also, not just her trying to beat you, but Nazi Paikidze, who defeated you in this tournament, also trying to catch up. What are your thoughts going into the last round?
Pretty happy about my position because obviously, there were a lot of scenarios that could have been happening for the final round. I could have been a point behind, needing to win. I could have been half a point behind, needing to win. It could have been absolutely even, and I would need to, still win or draw at least. So obviously, this is a good case scenario for me. I'm white, and I'm just going to try to play good chess with the white pieces, and we'll see what happens.
You've been in this scenario before. Any explanation for why Karina may not have played her best today? She seemed to have a fine position.
I'm not sure. I mean, I don't see anything that unusual having happened. I mean, Nazi is a good player. She, in terms of actually peak rating, she's the one who's had the highest rating in this tournament. Other than me, she's been over 2,400, and I am, and she has a lot of experience with the top women in the world. She's taken kind of some time away from chess because she's in her studies. But I don't really see anything that unusual having happened today. And Nazi played well against me, and I think she could have a lot more points. It's just based on some points that she's given, half points that she's given away here and there.
She's also gotten lucky in at least one game. For example, a game against Tatev, she should have lost.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that game. That was kind of crazy. That game, it wasn't like Tatev could just put her away. Obviously, when crazy things are happening and people are in time pressure, it's not the same thing as someone having like an extra rook and blundering it. Overall, she could have an even stronger tournament position, I think, if she would have just been maybe a little bit more practiced coming into this event, So, I'm not that surprised. Yeah, it can happen that you lose a game. I lost a game, so anyone can lose a game, right?
Well, she hasn't yet. She's the only one who hasn't lost, but you have a big game tomorrow, so we'll let you go and rest up for that game, and good luck in the final round.
Thank you, Maurice.
Grandmaster Irena Krush, where most thought she would be, with a big game on tap tomorrow. Guys?
Thank you very much, Maurice. And I was just looking at the game of Daniel Naroditsky. Daniel made an error earlier forcing the win of the exchange, but the exchange sacrifice definitely rebounded against him, and it looks like Var Akobian is going to win a second game on the trot, actually, having won yesterday a forfeit win over Wesley So.
And unfortunately, a familiar-looking position here from Daniel. We saw him looking with his face in his hands in an earlier round. He's not enjoying this.
Well, white has such a simple setup of checkmate. Daniel's trying to stave off checkmate. He played the move F4, but rook E4, again, rook takes, rook H4 is an automatic. Bishop F6, Queen F7, very powerful move by Var Akobian to, black's whole position, in fact, is unstable. So it looks like Var Akobian is going to win this game.
That's right, and Wesley So is actually picking up a third pawn in his game against Gada Kamsky. So that one looks just totally over, that Gada might resign soon.
When we left it, I guess we left it just after bishop e3, fe3.
After knight h4, yeah.
Knight h4.
And you know, the problem was black was just going to double in the d file, maybe rook d6 and queen d7. So Gada was forced to go for this trade, but this didn't help matters.
It absolutely didn't. G7, G6, this knight on h5, and there we see a handshake between Daniel Naroditsky.
And Daniel Naroditsky has resigned for Irena Krush.
Yeah, I've always said the last 3 rounds, these are the championship rounds. These are where the best players really come. And Var, very fortunately for him, has come with consecutive wins. Here we're seeing the Wesley So that I expected before the tournament. Wesley So playing a great competitor in Gada Kamsky with the black pieces, extraordinarily making it look easy against Gada Kamsky. He just played this move h5. This pawn on h5 is untouchable. You can't capture this because queen h3 check would be instantly decisive. Gada has just played the move queen d5. Wesley So up a pawn.
Stunning game, especially with all the psychological turmoil that he was going on from having to lose a game the way that he lost it yesterday.
Wow.
You know, breaking the rules and unfortunately misunderstanding the rules, getting forfeited, and them just playing this stunning game with black against one of the most solid players in the world.
And again, the defending champion.
And he continues to play, but we do have a special guest. Karina Nemcova started out so great in this championship, had a setback today, and she's with Maurice Ashley to talk about how that's all shaking out.
Thanks, and with Karina Nemcova. Karina, difficult game today. You were doing so well in the tournament. What happened?
Well, I didn't play very well. That's the whole story. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you seem to be doing quite well. There was this one critical moment when you exchanged bishops on bishop takes knight on c6, where the engineer was saying you were doing very well if you had played instead bishop to h2 and kept your bishops alive. Did you feel that way when you took on c6, that you were increasing your initiative?
I thought that taking in queen d6, knight d5, I mean, it looks very nice. Like, the black squares around the king are kind of weak. But to be honest, I think just the f5 in the opening is not the best choice. I think it was just practically better to take on c5 and play slightly better in the game.
Did you feel like there were nerves that affected you during this game?
Well, I understood that the f5 is not very good very soon, and then I got into time trouble and I had some difficulties. And then I think Nazi, she misplayed it, that I had very good position with the bishop on d5, but as you said, taking on c6 looked nice, but wasn't so good.
So how do you come back from such a tough loss? You have to play the tournament leader right now, Irena Krush, who's won 6 out of 7 games.
Well, she's strong. She's grandmaster, so I mean it's expected for her to play well. Although I don't think she's playing extremely well here, so I mean I have to get back. I mean that's the only choice last round, and I want to do all I can.
I know you have a big support system. You have sisters who play in the Czech Republic. What are they telling you at times like this? What are they telling you?
Yeah, my whole family plays chess. My 5 sisters and a brother, and they are all supporting me. They are texting me and calling to me, and yeah, it's very nice to have support, family support.
Well, good luck in your last game.
Thank you.
We have to see a big fight.
Thank you.
Karina Nemcova trying to get back up off the mat. See how she does tomorrow.
Thank you, Maurice. 5 sisters. Wow, that's nice support. 5 sisters. And we see in the game of Wesley So, just as you said, Jen, Wesley is collecting the goods. Queen f6 check, king e2 was played. H takes g4. There goes another pawn. It's not often you see Gada Kamsky giving away so many pawns. King d3, and
had to stop queen f3 check.
Had to stop queen f3 check, but check this out. Well, check this out. Knight g2, setting up for yet another pawn. Knight takes e3, queen f3 check. All black needs to do is preface this petite combination with king g7, and I think Gada Kamsky will say, my second loss in this U.S. championship.
Indeed. And yeah, tough day for our defending champion.
And by the way, that would be a remarkable, think of the number of decisive games that Wesley So has been involved in the 4 wins, 4 losses, 4 wins, 3 losses, and a forfeit. And this would be 5 wins.
Although yesterday's game brought down the average move number.
Yeah, true that. But no, I mean, what can you say? Wesley So, I can't imagine anybody in the world not being absolutely discouraged and frankly super frustrated. I don't even know the correct words to describe what his feelings may have been going into this game. And to respond in this...
This is how you erase a memory, right?
This is a mark of a champion. I've always said it. You know how you snap back from your losses, assuming that he does continue his exemplary play and wins this game. You know, you just simply have to say applause, well done.
Exactly. As long as he doesn't say don't screw up now.
Yeah, doesn't write a note to himself. Oh boy, no bad jokes, please.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's too soon.
It's too soon. Going to the game of Sam Shanklin, just to get caught up on the action in that game. When we left it, we really thought that Conrad Holt may well be on his way to winning. We left it more or less around these parts. You'd just seen the move Bishop E7, time factor, a crucial one in this game. Rook G6, Queen E5. Not sure about that move. That Queen E5. Okay. Rook E8, check. Bishop repositioning itself. Bishop is coming to E5. Sam Shanklin in trouble. Check. And I do believe the players have made time control so that they can actually take a breather, having been playing on increments, what I think must have been the last 10, 15 moves or so, although always Sam Shanklin did have time.
And we have Nazi Paikidze with Maurice Ashley to talk about beating the tournament leader today in the Women's Championship.
The only woman in the championships as of this moment right now who has not lost a single game. Nazi Paikidze playing extremely well, and today it looked like you were under some pressure. How did you manage to break free?
Yes, I actually couldn't evaluate. I wasn't sure if I was worse, but it was a little bit unpleasant for Black to play. But I think after we exchanged the rooks, Rook E8, Queen E8, then I think I'm totally fine. And then she shouldn't have pushed, and probably she has to try and make a draw.
Well, the moment she played Knight D6, she was lost. Knight D4 would have been more equal. Did you feel you had to win today with Black if you had a chance to try to win this championship?
Not at all. Coming to the game today, I was just hoping I would equalize in the opening, and draw would have been a really good result.
Well, but then you wouldn't have had a puncher's chance to win the tournament at all.
Yeah, sure, but I was with Black, and she's definitely in great form. Only when I played Queen E1, I realized that I can win this game.
Indeed. Let me ask you, now that you are one game away from 1 point away from Irena Krush, a win, you're tied for the championship. Will you go all out tomorrow? If she loses, that is. If she loses.
I don't know. I'm just going to play my game, and we'll see.
So,
I can't really think about it.
Well, there's only one round to go. I mean, everybody says there's only game by game by game. Well, this is it. This is the last game.
Yes, I understand, but I mean, it depends. I'm not going to push if it's an equal position because it's not worth to lose the game. So I'll see if I get an advantage, sure. If not, then...
I hate to press, but some people might say it is worth losing the game if you're going to go for the win, as opposed to taking a draw and have no chance of winning the title.
Well, that in case Irena loses, then yes, then I can risk. But she's playing with white, so I don't think there's a good chance she's going to lose.
So playing the mathematics in the last round. Well, we'll see how that goes, and good luck for the last game in the championship.
Thanks.
Nazi Paikidze, having not lost the game, still not taking any risks. Maybe her opponent will against her, guys.
It's been working for her so far. She's been doing extremely well. Looking at the game of Gada Kamsky, Wesley So, for sure now, I see the situation is absolutely hopeless for Gada. Gada's just played this move, Queen to B7, hoping against hope that Black is not going to defend this f7 pawn, which will release this queen. And after king g7, I think that this is just a very good time to give it a rest.
And meanwhile, we've got a result in the youngsters in the women's championship. Apurva Verkud and Annie Wang have drawn their game.
All right. And
So that brings Apurva to 3.5 points and Annie to 2.5. So Verkud, so far, of the teenagers invited, is performing the best.
This was a game that featured some wonderfully hidden tactics. I believe this was where Annie found this brilliant e5 shot in the opening, and bishop h7 check. For those of you who weren't here when Maurice was pointing this out, I thought this was just, I mean, I just brought a huge smile to my face. This is where Annie could have bested her opponent with some brilliant tactical play. King captures h7, queen c2 check. At first it looks like, why? What did you do? Why did you take my bishop? Until you see this move, knight e4, discovering a counterattack against the queen. Queen would have to capture on e4 in order to defend this bishop, and then suddenly f5, and Annie Wang would have been in great shape in this game. A nice little tactical sequence that she had missed. That game ended up in a draw. Anna Sharovich looks at the moment 3 versus 3. I'm saying I like Anna's position here. I'd rather have black, most likely a draw, the most likely result, but it looks like Anna has something going on in that game. Victoria Ni, Sabina, we haven't paid too much attention to. This looks like a bit of a mess, but again, I like Victoria's position here. Somehow black is doing well in the rounds.
Yeah, that's right. That light squared bishop in that case seems to be a pretty strong piece indeed.
And then another key game that we would have said was going to be a very key game before the tournament, Rusa and Tatev, and that was that crazy situation where you have 3 connected pass pawns on the 6th rank, a situation you don't see very often. Bishop takes g2, rook takes g2, and this is where Rusa immediately recaptured the pawn. Maurice, I believe, had been mentioning rook e8, f8 as a way of dealing with these pawns. Takes immediately, and Maurice was talking about rook and pawn endgame is occurring. Very good chances for black to suddenly draw a game that looked like it was completely over. I mean, Tatev will be wondering how the heck did she let her opponent escape this game. That was a wild game for sure.
In the championship, another game that looks like it's actually going to peter out into a draw is that game between Trof and Graev. That seems quite balanced. So we've got Conrad Hall and Wesley So very much on top, and both of those players we predict a win for, whereas Caden and Timur we predict a draw.
And Akobian did win, as mentioned, and this is the draw that you were referring to, or expecting a draw, Caden Trof versus Timur Gariev. Certainly they had quite an adventure in their game, and this is the Conrad Holt game, where we think that Conrad has very good chances of winning.
Indeed, that king safety is just the key in these positions with queen versus 2 rooks.
Key element in chess, king safety, and Gadakamsky, Wesley So. So we're coming down the stretch here of this round 10, and Wesley So to play against defending champion Gadakamsky. Wesley So.
He did choose your knight g2 plan to target that pawn on e3, huh?
And also king g7. And Wesley's reaching for the pawn on e3, and
he's just snagged it, yeah.
Snapped another pawn off the board. Boy, you really do not see Gadakamsky getting his pawn structure denuded like this. And after knight takes e3, Gada didn't give the position too much thought, but just played knight e2. 3 pawns down. For Gadakamsky, the defending champion.
And you would think,
no way he's recovering from this one.
No, this one we expect to be over pretty soon. And also, Sam thought that it was necessary to sacrifice an exchange in his game versus Halt with rook to g7. But first, we've got a couple of special guests in our studio. So we've been talking about how exciting it is to see so many young new faces in the women's championship, and it'll be great to hear more from them on their experience here. We've got Annie Wang and Apurva Vukud.
Yes, Jen. Well, two of the youngsters here at the championship making their debut, having drawn a fiery game from the beginning, and then it petered down into a more tepid ending. Young ladies, welcome to the show. This game was a little bit crazy. I start with you, Annie. You played this line with e5 and knight d5, sacrificing your queen. Did you feel like you were going to win this game when you were making those moves?
I don't think it was a queen sacrifice, like it's more of a trade. Yeah, so like I just thought those were the best moves, and I didn't think there was anything better there, so I went there.
Well, there's a great position we should put up. I don't know if we have a camera for that on the big board. Well, we'll get that on the board right now. We have bishop h7 check. This position, king. You move the king over. Apurva. There's this idea, guys. It was kind of crazy. King takes queen c2, and knight to e4. Did either one of you think of this idea? Queen takes. And now f5 would have given a big edge to black. Did you guys take a look at this line at all?
No.
No, he didn't. Okay, that's an honest answer right there. That's a crazy variation that could have been played in the game. Instead, you went for more solid waters after bishop h7. We were all stunned by that line, by the way. Even here, Yasser was aghast when he saw that move. Well, not aghast, impressed, I guess. But after these trades, we got to a very solid position, and then the game sort of petered out. Well, did you have any fear of losing this game, Apurva?
Not after the end game.
Were you worried beforehand when you were in this position?
Yeah, because like I felt like I was like much worse in that position.
Indeed. So let me ask you both, what has it been like playing in these championships? I take a look at your scores. Apurva, you haven't done so badly. You've won 2 games in the tournament. What has it been like? How different is it to play in this tournament versus other tournaments you've played in?
It's like really publicized, I guess. And there's like a lot of coverage and stuff.
Do you feel the tension from having cameras on you and having to go to studios and answer questions?
It's been a little weird, but not really.
What about the strength of the tournament itself? Have you ever played in something like this strong in your life?
No, I don't think so. I played in like one norm tournament, but besides that.
So what's the feeling you got from playing in a tournament like this?
It's fun, I guess.
Fun?
Yeah.
What about you, Annie? This has been a very tough tournament for you after your big win in the first round. A lot didn't go right. What are your thoughts about playing in this kind of event?
Well, I like the place is really nice, but then there are a bunch of cameras here, and then it's nice, I guess, but I'm not used to playing in like such strong tournaments because in like California we really don't have like this type of tournament. So usually it's just like regular tournaments. So it's like a new experience for me, I guess.
Well, this is your first time, but it's not going to be your last. We would project. Any? Are you looking forward to coming back to playing in this tournament time and time again?
Yeah.
So the loss hasn't traumatized. The losses haven't traumatized you.
Only slightly.
Only slightly. What about you, Apurva?
Yeah, I'd like to come back.
You'd like to come back. Well, we'd love to see you guys back. You're the future of American chess. Good luck in the last game, and we'll see you next year, hopefully. The youngsters, Apurva Vukud and Annie Wang, and the future of American chess. Hopefully, we'll see them many more times at these championships. Guys?
Thank you very much, Maurice, and to the young ladies. We hope to see you back. That would be great. We do have Wesley So reeling in the point. He just played a very powerful move, Queen D6. I like this move a lot, Jen. I don't think Gada has any other choice but to capture the pawn.
And we're going to see a resignation because it just looks like, yeah, this is just looking totally over.
Well, I would, unless I'm missing something very obvious, I think there's some way that I'm going to be able to separate.
You're going to lose a piece, yes.
Yeah, separate.
And that's what
king and
happened. Knight B1 check has occurred, forcing
Exactly.
king to C4.
Right.
And then we have queen to A6 check, and there's a handshake. Because
Exactly.
queen B5 allows knight A3 check, and instead queen takes E2 is going to win the game. And really impressive
Powerful.
story.
Powerful play by Wesley. I really salute.
Great game. hard to beat Gata, hard to get his head on straight after that historic mistake. So just like a game that has a lot of subtext to it, but even just the main text is lovely.
Absolutely. And for me, this really confirms everything that I've always said about Wesley. I think he's a great warrior. He came back today and impressed us all, and really a big applause and shout out to him, his family, his friends, his fans. This was an impressive performance.
Do you think he played even better partly because of what happened yesterday, or do you think it was just that's the kind of chess he has in him as a number 8 player?
Yeah.
You think the latter?
Yeah.
The latter.
Yeah, it's just what he can do. And before the U.S. Championship began, I knew that Wesley was capable of games like this where he just outplays a world-class player with the black pieces and wins in what appears to be a very smooth fashion. I knew that he was capable of it. I didn't know if he was going to play each and every game like he had today. I thought that if he did bring his A game and play like he played today, he could win I thought he was a favorite, in fact, to win the championship.
Oh, you mean you thought he was a favorite over Inaka?
If he played like he played today, yes.
And it is really a shame yesterday, because if you look at the standings now and you think if Wesley had won or drawn that game, he would have had his own chances to win the title.
It was a very big penalty, and I really do, as we said at the show at the start, I do think it was really a miscommunication that Wesley didn't.
Yeah.
Wesley knew that he couldn't write on a score sheet a note, but wasn't fully cognizant that he couldn't write on a note, period. And that miscommunication was maybe the reason why he's not playing for first. But we'll find out how Wesley feels about his game as he gets suited up here in the studio. We'll just take a quick look in at the game between Sam Shanklin and Conrad Holt. I think Sam is going to lose this game. All Conrad's playing for at this moment is he just wants to make sure that this pawn on c4 doesn't creep too far up the board. He'll put his king over there. In the meanwhile, Conrad expects that he'll be able to win with queen and pawn versus rook and bishop and king.
And we have Wesley So in studio after a terrible day yesterday. He plays a beautiful game. You would never be able to imagine he was playing Gata Kamsky in that game. And here he is with Maurice Ashley.
We are with Grandmaster Wesley So after a fine win against Gata Kamsky, the reigning champ who has officially been knocked out of the competition. Wesley, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you.
Tell us about the game today. It seemed like a sort of unusual position. You played b5 early, but got in control kind of quickly.
Yeah, I just wanted to get a position where I can keep on playing, regardless of color. So I played on early h6 to get the bishop pair and to try to slightly unbalance the position. And I got what I wanted, and he probably pushed too hard, and he made some mistakes starting with 20th move h4, I would say.
He seemed uncharacteristically perturbed at one point. He was shaking his head, his body was shaking. You never see that from Gata Kamsky. Normally he's stoic. Do you have any idea why he reacted that way?
No, I don't. Probably just some psychological ploy, but he had a very decent position.
Even in that position, he was fine. So you're not sure why he acted like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure why.
Not sure why. So we would be remiss if we didn't talk about yesterday's events. You had something happen to you that none of us has seen happen. What happened yesterday? Or tell us your version of what happened yesterday.
Well, I wrote something beside my score sheet on a piece of paper, just to focus during the game, which is just a reminder for me to play hard. But apparently the rules don't allow it, so I lost the game yesterday. But yeah.
But according to the arbiter, he had warned you about it before. So what
happened? I wrote it on my score sheet before.
You wrote it on your score sheet.
Yeah,
before. You thought it was a difference.
Yeah, I mean, he told me I can only write draw offers or the times or the results on the score sheet. So brought a piece of paper with me this time, but my logic didn't work.
Is that a normal habit of yours to always write on something during the game?
Unfortunately, it has been a habit for me for a long time, for years actually. And I did a lot of in the past in Millionaire Chess, in Tata Steel. I mean, on almost all my tournaments. And, nothing was working for me in this tournament, so I thought I'll go back to my old habit. But this tournament has been a nightmare for me, so I just want to be finished.
Well, this moment that happened, when it happened to you and you realized that it was forfeit, what were your thoughts as you left the playing hall?
Well, one less game to play. But yeah, it's unfortunate. And actually, I wasn't sure about the rules. For example, if you forfeit a game, is it federated or not? Like, for example, when your phone rings. And I'm not completely sure about the rules, but I know, yes.
Did you actually appeal the results of the game or appeal getting the game rated itself?
Yeah, I appealed mostly about the game, whether it's rated or not, but I'm not completely sure.
But you stand by the arbiter's decision on the results of the game?
Yeah.
You do. So you have one more game to play. What do you have to play for now in this last round?
Try to win.
You'll try to win?
Yeah, and I mean, I can understand VAR for not wanting to play against me. But yeah, tomorrow one more game against Kadendorf and try to give my best and move on.
You mentioned VAR. He says that you guys are friends. You guys are friendly, and the opportunity to play you doesn't come every day. Do you think he didn't want to play you, or what?
Well, obviously he wanted a free point.
You think he just wanted the free point?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a big claim. He said you guys are teammates and friends.
We were.
Wow.
But yeah, I guess just gotta abide by the rules.
And right after this, you go to another tournament.
Yeah, I'm going
the Gashima Memorial.
To Azerbaijan. Yeah, so it'll be only a few days. It'll be like a couple of days after this tournament, and the world champion will be there, Magnus, and it's going to be another tough event.
Well, we wish you the best in that tournament, and certainly in your last round.
Well, thank you.
Grandmaster Wesley So after a victory and looking in a decent position so far in the tournament, but under difficult circumstances to be sure. Guys?
Maurice, thank you very much. First of all, if you could ask Wesley a question. First of all, congratulations, Wesley. Really fantastic game today. You played under very difficult circumstances, and you came back really well. You're about to go to Azerbaijan, where you're playing in the Gashimov Memorial, which is going to be a very elite tournament. Could you talk about that for a second? You're on the verge of breaking into the elite events and playing against the best players, Magnus Carlsen's, Fabiano Caruanas of the world. Are you looking forward to getting into the arena with those guys?
And your aspirations about being not just playing in the Gashimov Memorial, but you still have big goals in chess. What are your high goals for the game for yourself?
Yeah, probably my goals were too optimistic coming for this tournament. But, I'm just a starter for these elite events. I haven't been here as long as Hikaru, for example. And I just got to get used to it. I mean, it's a big honor for me playing the world champion and other top players. And obviously, I'm still not on their level.
Your goal is to get
my
to
goal
the title,
is to.
though. I believe I've read you say that you want to be the best in the world.
Well, that's probably a bit too early to say if I have any chance on that. But just the only way to get to the top is to keep playing against these players. And I enjoy playing, and I believe coming to this tournament I had the wrong strategy, and so it backfired. So it's my first US championships, and I'll be better prepared on the next time. So
would you mind sharing the strategy with us?
Sure. Well, I think basically here in the US, everybody plays for a win, even the lowest rated player. So everybody's playing very aggressive, and I also wanted to win most of my games, and I think I had the wrong strategy because I was playing very aggressive And next time I should just try to play for 2 results and avoid losing any games. Obviously, this was a bad tournament. I had 3 or 4 losses if you count the forfeit. And just, a single loss in a tournament could, change the way how it goes. And you have to win 2 games in order to compensate for a single loss. So I think next time my motive should be to avoid any losses.
Would that be easy for a guy like you who's used to playing sharp chess? And
no, of course nothing's easy, but but I think it would have been a better strategy, and I believe I wouldn't have lost 3 games if I started with that mentality during before the tournament. And as I said, I just want this tournament to finish because nothing was going well for me starting from day one. Even on my first 2 games, which I won, I made a ton of mistakes, and I missed a lot of good moves, which I find really strange. So I just gotta fix my weaknesses.
All right. Well, we're looking forward to a cleaner performance from you at the Gastonov Memorial.
I can't assure you.
We know chess. Nothing's guaranteed.
Yeah, chess is a hard sport.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for being so gracious
and
joining us. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Wesley.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maurice.
Yes, I'm sure we will all be very excited to watch that Gastonov Memorial. Seems like Wesley has a lot of new fans after that game.
Yes, absolutely. But round 11 still coming up. Championship titles for both at stake.
Oh,
and
yes.
Who knows? We'll be running a lot of scenarios after the show to figure out. Will we have tiebreakers tomorrow? What will happen?
We might. We might. It's not that likely as usual, but I think we might. I mean, in the women's, we do have a very clear leader. By a full point, Irena Krush is leading the field. Meanwhile, in the championship, Nakamura, half a point, not as significant, but he is playing with white against the very solid Onishchuk.
Alex Onishchuk, which if Alex should hold or even upset, then there's a very good, then there is a good possibility of a tie. But everything to play for.
And that's our big game tomorrow. Hikaru Nakamura versus Alexander Onishchuk. It's actually Hikaru who's playing with white pieces, right?
Right.
And Onishchuk with black. And Onishchuk a full point behind, but knows that if he wants to tie for first in this championship, he must win. We've also got Ray Robson in the mix, and he's going to be playing against Garayev. And as Nakamura joked, Ray's not going to have to try too hard to make that interesting.
It'll be interesting from the first
Two
move.
willing participants in that intrigue tomorrow.
Exactly.
And we've got some thoughts from Maurice on what's going on tomorrow.
Well, it all comes down to the last round. It's been an amazing event. This is the wildest U.S. championship I've ever been a part of. Just doing commentary, it gets you drained. It's like all the emotions, the ups and the downs, the thrills and the spills, the blunders, everybody so much on edge, and yet it still comes down to you got to play good chess moves, and it's all about Nakamura right now. If he does what he's supposed to do, he will absolutely win this event. So we expect that. Of course, we also expect Ray Robson to do some Ray, because that's what he does. He will be playing against Garayev, who we know plays in the clouds. So that should be an exciting game as well. And the other matchup with the ladies, what more could you want? It's going to be 2 of the leaders in the tournament. Irena finally taking over and showing her strength, but she has one more game to prove why she's a 6-time champion and could become the 7-time champion. An incredible, incredible resume from this young lady. And we will be all on the edges of our seat, right back at you guys. And I'll be here for sure having a good time in the championships. Guys?
Yes, it is lovely to get the front row seats to these battles.
I got the ringside seat.
That's right. And let's take a closer look at that, a women's battle tomorrow that is so key. Irena Krush versus Karina Nemcova. Nemcova started out so sizzling. She's simmered down a bit now, where Irena has now a full point lead on her, but Nemcova knows what she needs to do with the black pieces. She told it to us herself. I've got to do what I can.
Right.
That's my only chance to tie for first in this championship. So all eyes will be on Katerina versus Irena tomorrow.
And then Naji will be playing against Sabina Feuser.
And that's also a game to watch.
Right. In case Kate upsets Serena, she could be in the mix as well.
Stranger things have happened in this U.S. Chess Championship. So you're not going to want to miss it, guys. Tomorrow, we're going to be starting at 12:50 Central Time. That is 1:50 Eastern. I'm Jennifer Shahade, and I'm with Grandmasters Yasser Seirawan and Maurice Ashley. On behalf of Spectrum Studios, the St. Louis Chess Club, and Fact Chimp, we're signing off, and tomorrow, the final day.
Don't miss it.